And we are live, gentlemen.
How you fellas doing today? Y'all doing all right?
I'm very well, my friend. Yourself?
I'm doing good, Derek. What about you, man? Long time no see, brother.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Last time I've done a live was on your show, so this is only number 2 for me. Y'all are doing good,
man.
Keep going, man. I've been watching your channel for a while now, Derek. I love what you do with the random rankings.
Appreciate it.
What I also love even more is your choice of t-shirts. And you know, I've commented on your t-shirts before. Your t-shirts are phenomenal. I love them. There we go. You know what I mean? The episode you did the other day about the your Star Wars t-shirts and that, I thought that was brilliant.
Oh yeah.
It's just the little nod things like that I find great.
Yeah, man, you do a great job too, man. Like, especially, man, I always kind of look at your videos too, man, and you know me, dude. Like, we're all going out, we're paying like $30-$40 a pop for these movies, dude. And you're going out getting like absolute gold from like some of like these bargain bin kind of prices, these like thrift shops, stuff like that. And I'm like, God, I need to go back to that. I could probably buy another house.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a lot of it has been donated to me too. Like people who are doing upgrades, you know, they'll just toss their DVDs or Blu-rays my way if they, buy 4K. So that's how a lot of my collection grew. Also, just from like hand-me-down too.
Yeah, man. Hey, that's awesome, man. Is it folks within, folks in our community that's doing that and everything with you?
Not so much online. Just like local friends.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah, I haven't done any reaching out in that way. That might be a good way to grow it too.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. We have a great community for stuff like that because all of us, there's not one of us on here who's like, already got 2 copies of that film, whatever else it is, but there's a stellar box set coming out. We're like, hey, we got this old one. I don't even want to put it on eBay because it's only going to go for like $5.
Yeah.
You're the perfect man for that, dude. So,
yeah.
I think the thing is as well, for those people still collecting DVD, there's so much out there coming through secondhand shops and things like that for absolutely no money at all that you can still pick up some really good collector's editions and special editions still to DVD. You know what I mean? And if you're not bothered about the leap to Blu-ray or the leap to 4K and you're quite happy with DVD, and why shouldn't you be? You know what I mean? It's still a good format. Then $10, £10 can get you a long way. You know what I mean? You can get a lot for your money. I still personally buy DVD. You know what I mean? If you look at my cartoon collection, obviously I'm still having to pick that up on DVD. And I find nothing wrong with it. You know what I mean? As much as I love the Blu-ray format, DVD still. I mean, half of my collection is still DVD.
Right. Yeah.
So
and I think Johnny was saying still. Johnny, were you telling me that's like still the #1 selling format for film?
For movies, right?
Movies, yeah.
Yeah, DVD. Al sells it every year. It doesn't matter whether it's 4K, Blu-ray, DVD is crushing it every year.
Wow.
So,
yeah, I mean, if you look as well, I mean, especially in the UK, I don't know what it's like in the US, but things that are still being released, TV shows that are still being released, always come to DVD. Very, very rare come to Blu-ray in the UK, unless it's absolutely massive show. So Game of Thrones, True Blood, stuff like that always gets a Blu-ray release. But the small and more sort of independent kind of shows are still getting DVD releases. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, you know what I mean? I'm still picking DVD up with that kind of stuff. So it's DVD still has its place. It really does still have its place.
Right.
Let's quick look through these quick. There's one from the set from the past from Cody Montana. Tomorrow, what a bummer. I guess Cody was looking at this. Whatever, I guess I can watch this nobody called Joe Bob. So I caught the I caught the very, very end of it last night. Was it Tenebrae that he showed last night? Yeah.
I fell asleep right at the beginning of it. The second movie, I just got out, man. Those 5 o'clock mornings, dude, man, they got the best of you boy here, man. I was just like, oh my God.
Yeah, well, I sort of woke up this morning about 4:45 my time, used the bathroom, come back, couldn't really get back to sleep, flicked my phone on. I thought, I wonder, and as I opened Shudder, and run it through my VPN, because that's the only way I can get to see Joe Bob, is if I run it through a VPN on my side and switch it out to a US site, because I can't get it in the UK. I think Tenebrae was just finishing. It was like in the last 10 or 15 minutes. So I got the last like 10 or 15 minutes of it.
Gotcha.
Holland Oates, hello Holland, how's it going, man? Hey fellas, what is a book? You're about to see, mate. I think most of these are holding my desk up, so I had to move some stuff out the way. Scolder22 says hello. Scolder, the books come with slipcases. Hey, some of these boots have got slips on them. You know what I mean? So,
there you go.
Scolder, here's a quick preview. Scolder.
Future Boy, killer throwback stash. There we go, Derek. There we go, man. There's a mustache comment already. It is the best mustache on YouTube.
Absolutely. I told him before, man, like we was running our episode of 21 Questions. I told him flat out on there. I was like, look, man, if Burt Reynolds was here now, man, like your mustache could kick his ass like pretty quickly.
We've got my brother in the house. There's Dean. Big up the big Tony Ball. Hello, Dean. How's it going, pal?
What's up, Dean? Hope you're doing good.
So you'll see my brother sort of dropping in and out of these streams from time to time. Joker, howdy fellas. How's it going, Joe Joker? All right, man.
How are you?
And Scolder again, Scolder and right, so what I thought I'd do with this stream and why I've decided to have a go at it is that everybody gets to see our Blu-rays, 4Ks, DVDs, pickups, whatever we're doing, everyone gets to see all their time. But I thought there must be other people out there other than me that's collecting movie-related books. And I know you do, Johnny. We've talked about this before, mate. And then I thought, who else could I get for this stream? And I was racking my brains. And I thought, well, what about Derek from Pure Anger? He must have books. Got to have books. So I hit you up, mate, and you said, "Yep, definitely. I've got movie-related books." So I thought, cool. We'll get a bit of a stream going. We'll do something a bit different. I don't think anybody else has done anything like this.
No,
definitely not. Definitely
absolutely
not recently.
not. No.
So yeah. So I thought it may work. It may fall completely flat on its ass. I don't know, but if we don't try, we don't know. So I've got a two big stacks here. No doubt you guys have got some good things there. Johnny, do you want to start us off, man? Do you want to go first?
Oh, absolutely, man. I'm gonna come off with a banger too, because I just literally got to finish this book Tuesday. Nope, I'm sorry, that was Monday. I got this book not too long ago, but of course, everybody who knows that I am obsessed with Rudy Ray Moore. The Dolomite films are absolutely by far my favorite blaxploitation films in that whole genre. I've worshipped these films since probably day one, for sure. Try to encourage anybody I could to jump on these movies and buy them. That is the first Dolomite film, The Human Tornado, P.D. Wheatstraw, and of course, Disco Godfathers in this box set that you can still get from Vinegar Syndrome right now for like $80, I think.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, it's still up there, isn't it?
So that right there is an amazing deal. But a couple months ago, Grindhouse Releasing partnered with the Rudy Ray Moore Foundation. Unfortunately, he is no longer with us, but they put out an amazing book. At that time, it was like $45. It could have been $145. I was buying that book no matter what. I gave my youngest kid away to get that fucking book. But there it is, guys. That is the Rudy Ray Moore book right there.
Cool.
Thank you for letting me be myself right there. And that was, you can tell that's a fucking
That's a hefty
book.
read. Yeah.
Yes, sir. We're looking at about 400 pages right there, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, about 400 pages. And I'm going to tell you, his family that came together to put together all this information for this book and finally give some praise to Rudy Ray Moore. Unfortunately, his career never really took him to this really A-list celebrity status with these huge monumental movies for most. But his movies and that man being the comedic genius he was, he's a legend in my eyes all day long. And if anybody who's ever been interested about Rudy Ray Moore, Dolomite, his stand-up comedy, I'm sure everybody's probably seen that the Netflix Dolomite movie with Eddie Murphy, which is fantastic. It's great, but unfortunately, that movie is only so long, and this book gets to go into so many more details about that man's life. This was a military man at first, had a horrible, horrible start in comedy that fell completely flat until one night he just so happened to find a homeless drunkard, well, basically a group of homeless drunk people, and he literally started lifting a few jokes here and there, spin them up a little bit and turn them into his own bits. And that's where he struck gold, and he decided to do a movie that never got critical acclaim for whatever reason, and that was Dolomite. So that's my first book, man. I mean, when it comes to Rudy Ray Moore, I'll say this right now, I'm one of the hugest horror fans there is. I love Jason and all them just as much. If I take my pick between Jason or Rudy Ray Moore, this guy right here would stomp Jason's ass in a second. So yeah.
Yeah, man, I've not watched enough of his films. I know the guy, and I know his catalogue of work. Like I say, I know the film where Eddie Murphy portrays him, and I've seen that. But I don't know really enough about the guy. Am I right in saying it was low budget kind of stuff that he was doing?
Oh yeah, low budget. He paid. Look, for that first Dolomite movie, that was all Rudy Ray Moore's expense right there. The director he locked in, it was like kind of a shady deal. And the book goes a little bit further detail into that. He pretty much abandoned them when they really needed him most. It all came out of his pocket, though. Rudy Ray Moore set on the film Dolomite basically in the abandoned hotel that he had pretty much rented to shoot Dolomite in. And he sat in that hotel, basically homeless at that point for about a year before the phone rang. And somebody was like, hey, we're kind of interested in probably distributing your movie. Can you bring it to us and let us watch it? And then it started. So tough times, man. That guy's got a rags to riches story, man.
Yeah, it's definitely one guy I've got to go back to and look at the back catalogue of work, because like I said, I think there's only one film I've ever completely seen.
That's all you need. That's all you need, brother.
I know it is on sale again, isn't it? On the Vinegar Syndrome sale. What was it up for?
They marked it down though. I don't think they marked it down though. Unfortunately, I think it's about $75, which I would kind of figure that would be about maybe $50 for a sale price.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you right now, there's 4 movies in that, so that's like $20 a piece. Plus, you got this nice box that houses it all. $80, $75. That's a steal. Like it's worth every penny.
I am unfamiliar. I didn't know about him until the Netflix movie with Eddie Murphy, and I still haven't watched that, so I'm still very, blind to all of that. So, yeah, that's good.
You're in for a treat.
Yeah,
it's great. Eddie Murphy did. Oh man, like Eddie Murphy did a great job portraying Dolomite. Oh man, so
cool. Catch up with the chat a bit. There's Brad, category 3 how's it going, man? We okay? What's up, guys?
Go
on. Now, Future Boy, you're telling me something. They're devastated that Liverpool lost. I didn't know they'd lost, mate. I've not watched the football this evening, so that was zero to me. But it doesn't make any difference to me because I'm not a Liverpool fan anyway, so it doesn't make any difference.
I've never asked. Where are you from?
I am from England. I am from Manchester. Well, near Manchester.
Manchester, okay.
Yeah, so I am in between Manchester and Liverpool.
Gotcha. Okay.
In a place called Wigan, which probably means nothing to you because it's a tiny, tiny little town in between two cities.
Okay.
But I'm not the northwest of England.
Derek, you should see me scribbling. His address on the boxes whenever I go to send them. I'm like, Jesus Christ, it's way different from our addresses here.
Anthony's on remote. Is it going, Anthony? Hope you're okay, mate. What's up, party people? Category 3 and me. Books. Now I know why I wasn't asked on this stream, although I can't read. Well, the thing is, though, if there was pictures of big-titted nuns, it'd be all over it. You know what I mean? It'd be there in a heartbeat. You know what I mean? So, I would imagine there are some books out. books out there are big titted nuns.
Oh.
So it's
Oh yeah, definitely. Especially worshiping Satan too at the same time. That's all Brad right there.
there's my brother again. A book nailed on Christmas and birthday presents for your Tony. Can't go wrong, Dean. You cannot go wrong. Culture Trina, how's it going, Trina man? What's up?
Bring you right back. What's up, dude?
Future boy, wait. What is a boot? What language is this word from? People forgot what this kind of stuff is. It must be strange, you know what I mean? People mustn't collect books anymore. It must just be us. Future boy, does a boot play an region head player? Category 3 of me, does this boot keeps coming with slip covers? Well, mate, they do. I have got some here with slips on, so we'll have a look at them in a minute. Bright goes blue is bright as a blue man. Do they come for 1 or 2 ply? No, Brian, I'm not having you do own some books, mate. You look like a man that reads. You know what I mean? It's School of 22. I had the first video audio book. Rudy said, "Oh, cool." Not the other paper, the papery one. So there's an audio book. That's cool. 100. You are a new name to my channel, mate. So welcome. I've not seen you in one of my streams before, so thank you very much for dropping in. Peter Wheatstraw, the Devil's Son-in-Law is hilarious. Cool. And here is my long-time friend and partner in crime, Rick Walrus. We've been friends since being the tender age of 12. And I don't know who leads each astray. It's either he leads me or I lead him, or it's a case of us both. But I thought Charlie was going to yours today. Bear in mind, I've been out today. Rick drove past us, picked us both up, me and a friend of mine. He thought his friend was coming back to mine. Turns out he wasn't coming back to mine. He wanted to lift all fucking miles away. So he ended up having to run him home. So, but good on you, Rick, for taking Charlie on. Good little drive low, Paul. Holland Oats.
I'm still with the first deal book.
Franco's Blue. I read, but
I read, but I kid. Like he reads, but he kids about people.
Yeah. I love the booklets that come with these releases, just like Johnny, and I have lots of first edition Arrow releases with them as well as other boutiques and non-boutique companies. I know you like a booklet, Johnny. It's you know what I mean. It's what sells it to you, isn't it? Is if it comes with a book.
Man, you say the word bullet, and I'm ready to make babies. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like those 101 releases that you showed then. You showed the new kids. Was it you showed?
Yeah.
I mean, they come with a lovely sort of like 30-40 page book in them. They're really good. You know what I mean? I've got plenty of those down here, and all that range comes with the books. It's nice. Right, we're up to date with the chat. Derek, what have you got for us?
So it's funny that everybody's, talking about how they don't read, and you'll find that most of my books are actually picture books in a way.
No.
So this is the Art of Drew Struzan.
Oh,
nice.
On 21 Questions on Johnny's show, I talked about, and you talked about Masters of the Universe. That was my first theater movie, and you talked about how it was like so different than what you were expecting, what we were all expecting. But Drew Struzan, he did the poster for Masters of the Universe.
He did.
And it is like far superior to the film itself. And I don't know, I have it bookmarked in here in case people aren't familiar with it. But
it's a beautiful piece. It really is.
Beautiful poster. Right there.
Yeah.
There we go. And
it's fantastic.
Yeah, this book has not only the final works for these films, but also some of the concept posters that were rejected or that he didn't end up going with. So it's great that you get both. He did my favorite movie of all time, Hook. He did that poster. If it came from like the 80s, early 90s, chances are, you know, he did it. Everybody's familiar with his work, even if you're not familiar with his name.
Yeah, some fantastic stuff. You know what I mean? You can't fault his work at all.
Right. And one of the fun facts about him, I guess, and his work, have you seen The Mist with Thomas Jane?
Don't think I have, no.
Great flick.
Like based off a Stephen King story. But Thomas Jane is he's an artist in it, and he's playing basically like he's not playing Drew Struzan, but all of the paintings in the movie that he does, he's a poster artist in the film, are Drew Struzan paintings. So anytime you see Thomas Jane painting, this is this is one of the paintings that the character is doing, and this was done by Drew Struzan, and he also did the poster art also. And this is, I can't remember, what's that Stephen King book? They made it, Matthew McConaughey made a movie about it.
The Dark Tower.
Yeah.
What was it?
Dark Tower.
Yeah, yes, sorry, Dark Tower.
Yeah.
And that's basically what he's painting here. This is like a Dark Tower poster. But yeah, it's a picture book. You know, there's some words in there, but I'm in it for the pictures and in it for the pictures.
Definitely. I mean, I love it. A lot of the books you'll see them in my stack are exactly the same. You know what I mean? It's concept art. I've got a lot of those kind of books, but that one is a really good example. And some of the work in that is phenomenal.
And this was sort of going on during one of his retirements. I think he's been pulled out of retirement a few times, but I believe there was also, I can't remember the name of it. There was a documentary that came out around the same time as this book about him interviewing various directors, various actors, and how he, you know, drew a lot of, or painted a lot of these faces, like the poses that Indiana Jones is in on the Indiana Jones posters. The pose is actually Drew Struzan photographing himself, and then he just paints, you know, he uses himself as a reference, basically, and then puts Harrison Ford's face on him.
Cool.
Yeah, it's there's a good documentary. I've seen clips from it. I haven't watched. Yeah. I don't think I've watched it in full. If I did, I forgot. But yeah.
Funny you brought that up. I literally just watched it like a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, wow, man! Like the story he tells too. Like him and his wife just had their kid. They were broke as shit, and he landed like pretty much like a mediocre kind of job, and then somebody kind of was like, hey, like, wait a second, we want to hire you to go do something else. And that's when shit popped off for Drew Struzan, that's for sure. That was a great documentary. Everybody check that out if you have it.
Do you remember what it was called?
I'm trying. I know why you were sitting there talking about it. I was like, Jesus Christ, man, what the hell was the name of it? What did they title that damn documentary? I can't think of it. I think I watched it on Hulu, though, if I'm not mistaken. I think it was okay. I don't think it was exclusive to Hulu. So,
right.
It's good, though. It's really good.
I think the word image was in it, maybe. I can't remember.
Yeah.
There it is.
Culture Trina. I have lots of books made out of steel books. It's going to be like this all night long, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's constant piss taking. It's
us nerds are going to get it tonight.
Yeah. School of 22 picture and colouring books are my favourites. I like a good adult colouring book. You know what I mean? You can while away the hours with those. Joe Joker, favourite books or movies would either be Jaws or Jurassic Park or Lord of the Rings. Love the movies and the books are all the same.
Look at that shit. Look at that.
I've got the Jurassic Park novelization down there. What's the other one I have? Well, I have another novelization. I can't think what it is off the top. But the Lord of the Rings stuff, I mean, I was brought up with that as a child from sort of being 9 or 10 year old. First hearing the Hobbit or reading the Hobbit, and then I was hooked. That was me pretty much done. Everything that Tolkien did after that. I mean, some of it's a bit difficult to get through. Books like the Silmarillion and things like that are really difficult. But the rest of it, I've always found entertaining. Future Boy, does a book have replay value?
Some of them do.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah, especially books that are source material, reference material kind of stuff, I tend to find myself going back over and over them, especially if they've got specific films in there that I'm looking for information on. If I'm doing stuff like this, or if I'm putting a video together and I can get a bit of more info out of a book, then yeah, I'll go back to a book time and time again. So the first one that we'll have a look at of mine, and I'll sort of get it out of the way, and it's a bit of a time with movie stuff, and it's not, but it's quite a nice addition, and it's something different. Now, the Marvel franchise, at this time, I am sick of, and it's been saturated to death. I really enjoyed the original early Marvel stuff, really enjoyed it, but I think everything that's coming out now, it's gone past me. It isn't aimed at me anymore. You know what I mean? I've got older, the stuff changes, but this book was put out, and it's the monsters and creatures of the Marvel universe. Okay. And it's basically a horror take on monsters within the Marvel universe that you wouldn't normally come across. And it's a really nice horror book put out by DK Books. And it just does an in-depth breakdown of some really, really good monsters within the Marvel universe. So you get sort of breakdowns like that of characters that you won't come across that much. That I think it's good that you don't, because it sort of freshens things up a little bit. And when I first came across this, I picked this up for next to nothing. I think I paid about £4 for it. I think so, about $5.50 your money. But just the artwork in it is brilliant as well. So there's one there, Space Beast. It looks brilliant. If I can get that in, nice. It's just nice little breakdown, bit of a synopsis on each monster as you come across it within the universe, and they sort of like break things down like that. Just a fun little go through, and it sort of freshened that whole Marvel thing up, because to be perfectly honest, the sort of Marvel universe where it is at the moment, for me, it's just gone completely flat and stale. So Sauron's there. Everyone will know Sauron as a bad guy in the Marvel universe. Oh, nice. So I thought when I saw it, and it was just sort of like the monsters from the Marvel universe, I thought, yeah, I'll pick that up. It's a nice addition. It's a fun read through. I mean, there's a little Groot on the front there. But that artwork on the front looks phenomenal as well. Yeah. But like I say, as it goes with the whole Marvel franchise at the moment, I'm pretty much done. I thought the TV stuff might have saved it, but that's so hit and miss. It's untrue. I don't know if any of you guys watched Moon Knight recently, but I thought that was a little bit of a letdown. Yeah, I thought WandaVision was a bit of a letdown. I enjoyed Hawkeye and stuff like that, but as far as the cinematic stuff goes, I think they're just at a loss with it at the moment. You know what I mean? It's I thought Sam Raimi doing the new Doctor Strange film might have resurrected it a little bit, but there's not enough Sam Raimi in it. You know what I mean? It should have screamed out horror. You know what I mean? It should have frightened kids to death. And you get little bits of Sam Raimi, and then just looks like Disney just sort of grab him, pull him back, and go, "No more, mate. That's as much as you're doing." Right. Before he gets full flight, Disney stop him, and it's a shame, really. You know what I mean? Because the guy's fucking brilliant. So, but that was my first one. Monsters of the Marvel Universe.
Now, if memory serves me correctly, didn't they kind of do that with DC as well? Like, didn't they have like this horror kind of version of Superman as well at one point? I think it was like Superman fights the zombies or something like that.
There's Marvel Zombies, where there's a zombie outbreak on Earth, and I think all of the Marvel heroes end up getting infected, and the whole plot of that franchise is the characters you would know, Iron Man, Captain America, are all zombies. I can't remember how that finishes, or how it sort of what the main storyline is. I know it's talked about a little bit in Marvel's What Ifs, if you pick that up on Disney at the moment. They sort of like gloss over it, I think, a little bit in one episode on What If. But that's a whole sort of comic book series and graphic novel series in itself, the whole Marvel Zombie franchise.
Gotcha.
See where we're up to with the chat. 100 says that Marvel Monsters book's really cool. It is, mate. And again, in the UK, it can be picked up for next to nothing. I bought it from a shop called The Works. It was like it's a sort of bargain book company, really. Everything that goes through there has probably been out for a little while, but they can tend to sell it for a lot less. And I'm not sure what the recommended retail price. Well, the recommended retail price was £19, and I picked it up for £4. You know what I mean?
Oh,
So
nice.
you know what I mean. It's
it's
a bit of a bargain. Future Boy, I always wanted to have a specific manga collection, but the space is a giant problem for me. Yeah, mate. I mean, those manga stuff, it just goes on forever, doesn't it? There's absolutely loads of it. School of 22. When I read Nelson DeMiles, is that? Nelson DeMiles, The General's Daughter. I thought it would make a great film. A few years later, they made one with John Travolta. Sadly, it was torn down and wasn't as good as the book. That happens on a lot of things, I think.
a lot.
When they take things from the source material that's already been pre-written before it goes to film. You know what I mean? It happens on a regular basis, I think. So up to the chat. Right, Johnny, what have we got for us?
All right, man. Look, man, I gotta hold this one up, man, because I know you're just dying for me to hold this one back up one more time in front of you to be like, hey, look what I got.
I might go to wet my pants at this one. Is it the one I'm thinking of?
It is. It's the one you're thinking of. And guys, if you're a fan of post-apocalyptic films, this book right here will take you to places you did not expect, and that is this great book right here, After the World Ends.
Yes.
And this was a great purchase right here. I kind of went into this a little blind, just buying it from Severn Films when they had it on their website. It is limited. They did collaborate with Pulse Video to put this book out. This book does have some amazing artwork in it. I'll hold that one up right there for you so you guys can see.
That was brilliant.
Man. It's endless too with the artwork. I mean, it's don't get me wrong, it's a book, but I mean 50-50. We're talking about a picture book here because they're advertising basically every post-apocalyptic film they possibly can. Escape from New York's in here, Wired to Kill, Warriors of the Wasteland. I mean, it goes all over the place. But I haven't finished this yet or anything like that. I haven't even gotten close. I have thumbed through it a few times. And look at this artwork right here from Mad Max. That is just
there you go.
I love it.
Yeah, man. I think they threw Mad Max 2 on the next page. Look at that right there. That's whew. The artwork alone for this book right here is just absolutely amazing. Pretty good thick book. I think I got it from Severn for, I don't know, maybe like $35-$40, something like that. And,
was that part of a bundle as well? Wasn't the 3 films?
It was the
bundle.
Oh, I'm trying to think of that was like an Endgame.
Yeah.
And there was I think there was like 3 movies in a book, but I think I wound up buying the whole bundle separate. I'm not sure. I can't remember, but yeah, man. Just when I got it too, I just kind of thumbed through the book there and I kept getting just mesmerized by the artwork. I'm like, I don't know what movie that is, but I'm gonna watch it. So
yeah, if I remember right, the bundle was Warriors of the Year 2072.
Yep, Fulci.
Endgame, and was the other one Raiders of Atlantis?
Yep, you're right, man. Yep, that was the 3 films. Look at you know that shit better than I do, and I'm the one who bought it.
It's because I've been drooling over that set since it came out. You know what I mean? And that book is something else. Now, I'm led to believe that Severn found about a dozen more copies.
Oh, did they? Oh man, hey, if they did, man, if they got one available, I'll snag you one.
Yeah, man, because I remember originally it sold out. I mean, it's just phenomenal artwork.
That's the Endgame right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, it's a great little reference book, man, especially for anybody who's like looking. Especially Severn does have a good bit of these, but I have seen Blue Underground and Kino as well carry the majority of the titles that's in this book. So anybody who's looking to get into some post-apocalyptic films and you want a book to go with it to see what doors await you. That book right there, man. That's a banger.
Yeah, I think the thing is with those as well. I think half the film is that artwork. So if that artwork was on the VHS release originally, that's what it would have enticed you in straight away. Because let's be honest, the films are mediocre at best. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And as much as I love them and I get loads of entertainment out of them, they are just mediocre films. But it was what, sorry, right?
Like Atari games. I remember Atari games being that way when I was really little. The cassette or whatever they called them, the cartridge
Cartridge,
looked amazing, and then it ended up, just being like 3 dots on a screen that you were moving around.
Yeah,
you put it in the console, and before you know it, you're like, "Hey, man, wait a minute, ET sucks."
Yeah. No wonder they buried all these in the Nevada desert somewhere. You know what I mean?
Landfill. They're still digging them up.
Still digging them up. It's but you're right. You know what I mean? And there's a lot of 80s sort of stuff did that. There's loads of 80s sci-fi that did it, where the art works better. I mean, you've only got to look at the films like Galaxy of Terror, Creepazoids, films like that came out. The artwork was way better than the film was. But to have a book like that, especially the one that Severin put out, I've been drooling over that since it came out. You know what I mean?
Where'd you hear that there was 12 more available at me? Because that book's been gone for a hot minute.
I'm sure it's popped back up on Severin's site. Now it's probably disappeared again by now. And I would imagine resale is the only way that I could possibly try and grab one of those now.
Hey, it's on the site, man. I'll grab you a copy of it, no problem.
Yeah, cool, mate. Like I said, the only thing that bothers me a little bit, mate, is the weight of that thing. You know what I mean? You know what it's like, us mailing stuff backward and forward. It's not the most cheapest of things. So a book of that weight, you know what I mean? That's going to be a serious package.
It ain't that heavy, man. It'd be good to go, man. Let me look right quick. I'll look on Severin's website here. Y'all keep going.
Yeah, I'm sure I either saw it on their Instagram feed or the Facebook page. I saw it somewhere that they'd found a dozen more editions of it. I'll have a quick look through the chat. 100. I recently read The Maltese Falcon and then watched the Blu-ray. The movie is completely faithful to the book. Both are brilliant. I've never seen The Maltese Falcon. I do know of it, but I have never seen it. As Derek's going to flip it off the shelf now.
I think I have it upstairs, actually.
It's like I say, it's a film I know, a film I've never seen. Well, right, Derek, what have we got for us next, mate?
I guess let's keep going with cover art.
Yeah.
And how it can be good, better than the movie. I almost feel like I need white gloves for this because I just found out this book is going for $1,000 now. But
really?
The Criterion art covers first 30 years of Criterion covers.
Wow.
And the one of the fun parts about the cover here is
it's pretty cut out.
Yeah, so you got negative space there.
Yeah.
Side the C. But yeah, it's just I think I showed this on Johnny's show.
Nice. Repo Man.
But yeah, got Repo Man there. I mean, everything they did the first 30 years, but also one of the fun things about it is they also have the. Let me see if I can pull this up. They also have the laser discs, covers right here on the back.
That's really good.
Not much attention is spent on them. It's just kind of these small tiles.
Yeah.
But still awesome to have that. They got it all. It's all in here. And my favorite ones are. I mean, I love the Repo Man. Just anything that's sci-fi. I don't have this film yet. I'd like to eventually get it, but yeah, this book is heavy. Robinson Crusoe of Mars.
Robinson Crusoe of Mars. Yeah.
So I've not seen that, but I love the artwork on it.
It's a good film. There is a book available in the UK, and they did a sort of action adventure one. They did a sci-fi one. They did a horror one. And within each book, and I don't own any of them, and I don't know why, because they're relatively cheap now. Those, you get a movie with the book, and in one of those books is Robinson Crusoe of Mars.
Okay.
The other one is it Creature from Planet B? I think might be the other film that's in there as well. I can't think what's in the action adventure one, but that film is available in one of the UK books. It's schlocky. It's low budget, but it is really good.
You said that book's going for $1,000? Holy crap!
Yeah, going for $1,000. I just found that out today. I don't know, wanted to find like something online of how they're describing the book, and I got it as a gift from my mother-in-law, and she doesn't buy anything full price, so I'm sure she got it at like one of the 50% off sales or something like that. But
yeah,
I was up, and it was the cheapest one I found. I think was $955. So yeah, it was. I was very surprised. Very surprised. I might sell it and retire.
Dude, especially with it being just the Criterion name on that alone.
Yeah,
right.
Criterion fans will pay top dollar for shit like that any day
those
of the week.
Those fanboys will be all over it. All over it. You know what I mean?
You probably shouldn't have held that up just now, man. You have to beat these kids off with a stick, bro.
Here's my mate Rick again. Do you remember Threads? Yeah, man, the Sheffield apocalyptic film. Yeah. You own a copy of Threads, don't you, John?
Oh God, it's the most bleakest movie I've ever laid two eyeballs on. God Almighty, man. I watched it twice now, and both times I had to take antidepressants when I got done watching it.
Future Boy, what are your top 10 books with pictures, not words, of all time? Maybe a video for another time. Yeah. Man, most of these books I've got no fucking words. You know what I mean? I'm not an intellectual. I just like pretty pictures. You know what I mean? Don't. It's don't diss me for liking an announcement of artwork.
He's like, we're not dumb, we swear.
Yeah. I didn't go to school, honestly. It's
God.
Next up for me, I've got quite a few of these releases, and it's from a company called Taschen, and they seem to put a lot of these sort of best movies of the 70s, best movies of the 80s, 100 films you see before you die. They do all this kind of stuff, but they're good hardbacks with a slip cover for those people who are talking slips, and that one is 100 all-time favorite movies. Big hardbacks like them.
Ooh.
These Taschen releases are really nice. These are always sort of like gifts. People know that I'm into this kind of stuff, and they make good gifts, so these tend to pop up like that. What I like about these, they're quite small, nice hardbacks. They fit good on the shelf, but they break each film down to a small synopsis, so you get the artwork of the film, and then you'll get a nice little running bit down there. So you'll get director, actors, producers, locations, editing team, all that kind of thing. So again, really good reference when you're going back and you're doing any videos or trying to find any information out about this kind of stuff. And don't get me wrong, me and this one says 100 all-time favourite movies. I probably picked about 6 out in this that I liked. You know what I mean? A lot of this shit's way too intellectual for me. But we've got Jaws there. You know what I mean? Who doesn't like Jaws? I think the further to the back of the book you go, you get more sort of classics. In my sense of mind, classics. So you've got Blade Runner there, and the breakdown of Blade Runner. If you go to the early on at the beginning of the book, I mean, there's a nice one for Nosferatu there.
Oh, cool.
Ooh.
Does that have a checkoff list on it? Like the movie to check it off?
I'm not sure. I don't think this one does. I do have another one down the list that I had as a checkoff. What this one has, it's sort of a bit of an index at the front, so you can briefly see what's in there, then flick to that page. Okay. So like the standout ones in here for me, 10 Commandments is in there, Metropolis is in there, King Kong is in there, Gone with the Wind, Citizen Kane, Casablanca. You know what I mean? And then some shit that I've never even heard of and will probably never even watch. Like Fan the Tulip. Don't even know what that is, but we ain't watching it. But Seventh Samurai's in there, To Kill a Mockingbird. And then as you go to the back, you've got more modern stuff. LA Confidential, Pulp Fiction, that kind of thing. Forrest Gump, Silence of the Lambs. But the artwork in these is pretty cool as well. And I do like how it breaks it down like that, really.
Yeah.
But like I say, I've got a few of these. As we go through, I've got one from the 70s. I've got a horror one. The horror one's pretty cool. But again, reasonably priced. I think they're about £15 for one of those editions. Like I say, nice thick hardback ones with a dust cover on them. So that's that one.
Nice, man. Nice.
Like,
Got 100 films in that book. He's like, yeah, there's only 6 good ones in here, though. The rest
There's only 6 ones. At the end of the day, you know my choice of film, and if it's not 80s sort of B-rated trash and shit, it's not got a place on the shelf.
Anthony opens up the book. He looks in the book and he goes, "Wait a minute, there ain't nothing here with Chuck Norris doing cocaine. Fuck this."
Yeah, there's a few of there's some standout sci-fi stuff in there, like some Blade Runner and that, and obviously Star Wars is in there and stuff. But some of the other stuff, there's sort of more intellectual films like the 40s and 50s stuff, man. That is not my cup of tea at all. You know what I mean? My brother says, I'm off. Have a good one, chaps. Take care, Dean. I'll speak to you later.
Take care, Dean.
See ya.
Johnny, it's back to you, mate.
Yeah, man. I recently just got this in December. The missus, man, she's pretty much like my book buyer for me, and she picked this one up right here. And I think this is the last time somebody told me this book is going for crazy money. I guess it might be out of print or just temporarily out of stock. I don't know, but anybody, you can check in it though if you want to grab it. And I'm gonna tell you, the amount of movies that's in this book I'll never get to see in 2 lifetimes. So there's tons of movies in here I've never seen, but this is by the famous critic Stephen Thrower, and that is none other than Nightmare USA.
Nice.
Guys, when I tell you this book probably weighs about 40 pounds, like I literally, I had to do like a couple reps just to get it over here from the shelf. But yeah, I mean, just look at that thing. I mean, that's a Webster's dictionary right there. But
yeah,
for anybody who's unfamiliar, Stephen Thrower, he is one of the, monumental historians when it comes to the horror genre. He covers everything from exploitation, B movies, low budget, big budget, doesn't matter. Anything's always on the table for him, and he'll actually break it down really good and all that good stuff. So Nightmare USA is a really good book. You open up the cover. I love this right here too. There's just endless images of the titles that this book goes over. And I will tell you, the amount of movies that's in here, I assure you guys, I probably haven't never even heard of half of them. And to probably watch all those movies in a lifetime right there, man, you'd probably need 2 lifetimes to do it. But if you're familiar with Severin Films, 88 Films, they do bring Stephen Thrower in for the special features time to time to do his breakdown of the films. He'll pretty much tell you what the budget was, who was involved, how it got lifted up off the ground, the problems that they had on set. This guy just pretty much is like a walking encyclopedia for the horror genre. So that's why I love him, and that's why the missus right there grabbed that book to me. I'm telling you, when she gave this to me for Christmas to open up, she went to go to kind of like hand it off to me, and I was like, is there a fucking dead baby in there? Like, what's going on? Sounds like a dead teenager's in here or something. But yeah, Nightmare USA, that's a great one right there to go through. That thing is monstrous though. I've thumbed through it numerous times, but as far as sitting down from front to back reading, that'll never happen because I'll probably be 82 by the time I get done reading that book. So
yeah, it's another one that I've eyed up a couple of times. It's got some good content in it.
Hey, and Stephen Thrower's from your side of the pond, if I'm not mistaken, right? Yeah, that's what I figured, man.
Yeah, he's a Brit. Yeah.
Gotcha. I'm telling you, man, I've watched endless special features, man, from them Severin disc up there with the bonus features. I don't think Vinegar Syndrome really ever puts anything on their releases with him on it. But 88 Films of Severin, 9 times out of 10, you can flip the release over on its back, and boom, interview with Stephen Thrower. That's gold. That's worth the purchase of that film already. So Great critic, man. I don't even like critics, man, but he takes the cake for me. He's not really a critic. He's more like an historian who just praises stuff that doesn't get enough love. So that's not really a critic to me. Not like fucking Roger Ebert. So
Yeah.
You mean this guy?
Oh no!
That was a seamless tie in that was.
Oh no!
Go for it, Derek. Go for it. I've never seen a better tie in than what happened then. That was great.
This man right here.
Oh God! All right, Derek.
John is a huge
before
fan.
we started this, me and my good buddy Derek graced YouTube for about 3.5 hours, just shooting the shit on the live stream. Roger Ebert came up in our comment section. Of course, the great Siskel and Ebert came up.
Right.
And there was some very harsh feelings that was discussed about those two, about they always just really gave thumbs down to really good movies and didn't give them a chance. Most of the time, they didn't even watch those movies. They had interns watch them and then write a little summary and an essay, and then they read it in front of a camera and all that stuff. But yeah, just those two guys, man, they just rubbed me the wrong way so bad. I just, But what was it? Somebody said something about like in the comment section. They were like, "Yeah, but Ebert is not the only one who passed. Siskel as well passed on." And I was just like, "Well, the world's a better place without him." So.
See, we was never privy to them this side of the pond. You know what I mean? We never really got. I do know they are, but we never got them over here. Don't get me wrong, we had critics over here, but most of the critics we had over here were just sat on the fence with everything. You know what I mean?
They were like these very prolific scholars who was just, I mean, if they shit on a movie, like before, whenever like the box office would get that movie, a theater or whatever, they could say 2 words bad about it and nobody would go watch the movie because they took their word for it so much. And it was like, dude, like, don't.
And it was just the thumbs up, thumbs down system, like rating system. And I think like Ebert had that like copywritten. I think like he owned thumbs up as a way to review films. Anyway, I'm pretty sure he owns that. As long as it's attached to reviewing films, he owns that, or his estate owns it now, so his wife owns it. But yeah, they were the critics. Like Roger Ebert was number one, I would say. But I'm from his hometown, so that's why he's huge to me. Like he's a big deal. That's what I showed here. He has a festival here every year called Ebert Fest. He's no longer alive, but his wife runs it now. Where he just shows a lot of overlooked films that just didn't quite get the attention he thinks they deserved. Like he actually had Ang Lee's Hulk in there because he loved that movie and thought, it was way overhated. And he put that in his festival, a major film that he thinks should have been up there with like some of the greatest superhero movies. But yeah, so, when it comes to Ebert, I'm biased because that's where I'm from. So.
Yeah.
I got you, man. I got you.
Go on then, Derek. Hit us up with another one.
So let's see. I guess I'm going to get this huge one out of the way. This is one with a slip cover. It's called The Art of the Hollywood Backdrop.
Ooh, nice. So
a lot of stuff is art related. Let me show you the front slip here. This is from Wizard of Oz, obviously. It's got a canvas cover to it, canvas texture. Here's the back here with a like big backdrop of like sky for an airplane. And then let's see.
It's got a slip cover, everybody.
Yeah.
Slip cover.
That's just added 200 quid to it.
West of Mount Rushmore here with the presidents on it. I'm from South Dakota. And then this is a backdrop that was used for, what do we got here? This is Sound of Music. And basically they just found, the publishers or the person who like put this book together found all of these old backdrops like in studio warehouses. And they're like, these are just sitting, rotting. We got to do something with these. So they photographed them all and then just compiled them in this book. And let me see.
Cool,
One of my let's see. I don't know. You kind of.
Was that the Millennium Falcon then?
Yeah, it looked like the Millennium Falcon.
You can see some here.
Cool.
Did you say what my favorite movie, Hook, is in here also, and they have some unused backdrops in it as well. Which I wish I would have bookmarked some of these beforehand. But let's see if we can get to the modern ones. Oh, here's from Ghostbusters. Here, backdrop of New York right there.
Brilliant.
This thing is heavy. This is like hard to lift up. You can see like a artist sitting next to some work right there. But yeah, most of my stuff again is art related. I'm a painter myself, so if you're not familiar with that Robin Williams movie, What Dreams May Come.
Yeah.
Not Wet Dreams May Come. What Dreams May Come. Not that kind of movie.
Darn.
Yeah, I wish I would have bookmarked it, but one of my there were some backdrops used for, or not unused backdrops for Hook that they found, and they are in this book, but I don't know, this book has a lot of pages in it, so I'm not sure I'd find it right away. But yeah, I think that's great that they found all these, decided to archive them through photography, and then put them in this book and, give some history behind them. I haven't read through it. I've only looked through it so far, but I just thought the undertaking was cool on its own and worth the buy. I didn't buy it though. Again, my mother-in-law, she's a great deal finder. She got this for me. So it's kind of the thing where if you get me a book related book related to movies, you're doing pretty good. So
yeah, you can't get wrong with it in my eyes. You know what I mean? I think that's how I've acquired a lot of this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's, people know what I'm into. A book's an easy purchase. Buy them a book. You know what I mean? I'd be happy with it.
Right.
At least as far as that book right there goes too, man, I can appreciate the fact that they reserved it. Like they preserved what they could before everything was just discarded and probably burned or just recycled, thrown away. And they said, "Hey, wait a minute, let's put out this book." And that book looks like it weighs like as much as a Buick. So,
it's a lot. Like this is from Charlie's Angels. Like this is beautiful. This is from Charlie's Angels, just the American West. But
cool.
A movie. I don't know how many people think about that movie anymore, but it's just awesome, seeing all the artistry that goes into.
I think about the Drew Barrymore Kirk leaning scene.
What's that?
I think about the Drew Barrymore Kirk leaning scene in it.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
That image will never leave your mind.
Right. I think I may have found the Hook one. All right, here it is. So, let's see. Does that look familiar to you? Pieces of London?
It's rooftops of London. Yeah.
And then here's some like artwork that I think was in the book that Granny Wendy was reading.
Right.
And yeah, so a lot of this stuff went unused. Spielberg, when the scene, actually, this is the unused one right here. So outside the window where the kids are sleeping, this is what was originally seen. And Spielberg was like, "No, I want to see rooftops of London. We got to see the sky. These characters are going to fly. I can't like look directly across and see buildings. People have to look over buildings." He said no to that, and then they had to repaint a whole new one and put one that was sort of like as if the kids were in a higher level building, so that they were looking over homes instead of looking at homes. But yeah, it's I don't know. I think it's a pretty cool book. This one's not quite going for as much as the Criterion, about half. So
wow,
only give me
it's nice, man. It's
a few years. But
yeah,
there you go. It'll cost like $300 to ship that book to whoever buys it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
School for 22. Ooh, slipping in slip. Is it limited? Does that booklet come with the only first present of the slipcase?
Oh shit!
Anthony's Horror and More. I bought up earlier with Siskel and Ebert. Talk shit about the Hitcher. Herbert called it disease and corrupt.
It's satanic. He called Hitcher satanic. Oh my lord!
That is why people like the Hitcher, because it's diseased and corrupt.
Maybe, but I would have never classed it as satanic.
Yeah, really, right? It's like, come on, man. I've seen that movie 1,000 times, man. There ain't nothing of no devil worshiping about that movie. Come on, man.
Oh no.
But you know, it's an HBO movie, so of course they automatically thought going in there, it's like, oh well, a superior director didn't get a hold of this, so this is not the next Casablanca. So thumbs down.
So my next one again, it's another Taschen release, and it is the best scary movies of all time, horror cinema.
Nice.
Again, get the back on it from there. Again, very, it's the same company, same publisher. They released 100 films, so it's the same basic principle. They break the films down. Again, Jaws is in this one again, obviously, but they do the similar kind of thing. But obviously, as you go further down, the further to the back of the book, the newer the film is. So at the very end, you've got Nicole Kidman and the others.
Oh, nice.
Like that. And then if you go to the front of the book, obviously I would imagine Nosferatu's back in this one, but there's some good stuff, especially that one, Near Dark from Near Dark, Bill Paxton,
Nice.
with the makeup on. But again, I'm not 100% sure how many horror films are actually in this book. I don't think it actually states. It doesn't know, but everything this company does sort of. This one from Eight-Legged Freaks.
Okay.
Get my light off it. Let's see what else is in there.
Oh, dude, come on. Oh, Dead Alive, baby.
Yeah. It has got some really good stuff in it. There's a bit more in this. There's a bit more in depth to each film. So there'll be like a few passages and a couple of chapters on certain things. But there's a Japanese release of Godzilla,
Nice.
which is cool. And like I said, these are nice to have in the collection, just as real point to reference. And again, it does break things down nicely from the music, director of photography, editing, screenplay, director. And then obviously, if it won any awards or anything, it's in the gives you all the actors in there as well as. So they're good for reference books. And the actual quality of these is really good, and for the money, they're relatively cheap.
I like
so
the breakdown.
That one is
the breakdown, just like the last one that you held up, because those are very similar. Like you see the art,
very,
and you kind of get a breakdown.
Yeah, very, very, very similar like that. Yeah, so obviously down that side, you would have director, editor, music, who scored the music, the production, starring, and then any awards that it won in '91 is on that side there. And again, you get the original artwork at the side of it. And again, it can be picked up for about £15. You can probably pick them up less than that. If you have a scour around on eBay, you'll probably get them for about 7 or 8 those now. They're a nice addition.
Yeah, man, I'm digging that one right there, man.
Yeah, but like I said, I've got quite a few of those different ones. The only one I've got, and believe it or not, the only one I don't own is the 80s one. Because, and I can't find a copy of it. It's out of print now, so it's never in stores. And then you can never find a copy of it anywhere. Where all the other stuff's still in print. Weirdly, the 80s one was like middle of the run, so they had stuff before it, they had stuff after it. The 80s one's out of print, but everything else is still in print, which is weird, really. But they do a good job. Like I say, if you like a reference book, then they're probably one of the better ones to aim at.
His channel is called Master of the 80s, and he doesn't even have the fucking 80s book.
Right.
Boo!
This man.
Yeah, what a fake.
Rubbish, mate. That's rubbish.
What we got in the chat? There's a pretty interesting documentary. Yeah, were we talking about that a bit ago? Was that the one documentary was talking about? Yeah. 100 seen it. It's worth a watch. Again, I'll check it out because, like I said, I don't really know much about the guys. I do know who they are, but as far as the backstory goes, and the history of the two guys, I'm not that clued up on them.
Yeah, it was just by coincidence that they wound up together. There was no planned format. That was all studio prep shit that put them two together.
I mean, they were both Chicago. They were both Chicago critics. One was what is it? The Chicago Times and the Chicago Sun or something like that. Or Tribune. I can't remember, Chicago Tribune and Chicago Sun or something like that. I can't remember now, but then they're, I guess, like competitors in a way, but then they were placed together,
allies,
for the film or for the show. But yeah, the documentary is pretty cool. We watched it at his festival, and it was made after he passed away. Actually, it was made while he was alive and after he passed away. So is that right? I think that's right. He, lost the ability to speak near the end, but they got a narrator who sounds just like him, that it's kind of spooky too. And they did that purposefully, but yeah, it's kind of spooky to listen to because it's narrating, but you knew at the time he didn't have the ability to speak. It's pretty interesting and eerie in a way.
Yeah, I mean, we did have film critics back in the day. I mean, the most prolific film critic in the UK was a guy called Barry Norman. He did a show every Thursday night called Film Night, where he'd look at sort of 4 films that was coming out that particular week, or 2 films that was coming out that particular week. But he was always really sat on the fence about stuff. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I think it was a BBC show. I mean, you know what the BBC's like. You know what I mean? They don't want to go one way or the other. They just sit on the fence, and that's that. That was pretty much what Barry Norman did. He was a really interesting guy, very entertaining guy. Did that show for Christ, I bet over 40 years.
Damn.
Yeah, was prolific at it. And then we've had a few others. We had what was his name? Paul. He's got a famous brother as well. I can't think of his surname now, but he was really good. He did a lot of stuff in the sort of tabloid press as well as. And there used to be one gentleman that used to come on Channel 4 on a Friday night and would show 2 horror films. He was relatively good as well. But as far as that, we never had anything really at the forefront on TV that was just a critic show or critics talking about things. Apart from Barry Norman. Barry Norman was really the man. But he was always on his own. He never did interviews. He never did anything like that. He just sat in front of camera. He'd watch these films. He talked about it for about 10 minutes. They showed you a bit of ET. They showed you the trailer, and then he'd roll on to the next. So that was about as much as we got over here.
Right.
Gotcha. It's always a bizarre concept to think about how some person can have such that power to turn people completely off from something just because of their opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's always been weird to me. It's like, dude, like, I always tell people too, like, oh man, like, what do you recommend from this cell and that cell? I'm like, dude, my tastes are going to be probably completely different from yours, but I'll tell you what my favorites are. But you should definitely try them before you buy them. Watch them yourself. Don't take somebody else's word for shit. Just buy them, watch them yourself and get your own judgment. But those guys did, man. The critics do, man. They have a lot of power, man. They still do to this day, man. Look at Rotten Tomatoes, man. Look how many people will actually read Rotten Tomatoes and go, well, not going to the theater this week. Fuck this.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Rotten Tomatoes always confused me a little bit because I thought back in the day it was a bit of a spoofy kind of thing. It was never to be taken serious.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? It was always a bit of a joke to me, but no, it's like serious as shit. They've got stickers on DVDs and Blu-rays, and you know what I mean. It's weird.
Yeah, and they started getting like legit critics that were hopping on the platform, and that's kind of interesting. Like Siskel and Ebert were like individuals that could tank or make a movie, But now it's like the collective. I don't really know if there is a singular voice in criticism.
Nah.
It's like they come together, rate it, and then that average will tank or make a movie.
There we go. My mate Rick's pulled me out the shit. Jonathan Ross and his brother Paul Ross. So you'll probably know Jonathan Ross as a talk show host. He's probably been in the US. You might have seen his stuff transfer from the UK to the US. The guy talks with a little bit of a lisp. His wife is also a major studio film writer. She was also a comic book author as well, I think. I think she did Kick-Ass. I think she owns a thing to Kick-Ass. But his brother, Paul Ross, he was another film critic as well.
Cool deal.
Cool. Who are we up to? Is it you, Johnny?
Yeah. I was actually I got a whole stack of books right here, but I'm gonna hold these up, man, because I know most people are just gonna say, dude, those are not books, those are magazines. But this is what pretty much started me at a very young age to pursue, especially more horror films and books related to those, especially the Stephen King stuff. That was like my first breakthrough was getting a hold of like Carrie, Pet Sematary, Stephen King's It. Those books were read before I even watched the movies. It was only later that I actually got to really enjoy the movie and be like, wait a minute, how's this work? Like, I got the book. There's a movie of it too. Later in life, I got to learn, well, if the book's good, they make a movie out of it. So, but these right here, man, these were in every grocery store in the world. And man, I always went to the magazine rack to pull these off. Most people call them books. I call them magazines, whatever, don't matter. That is none other than the ultimate Fangoria magazines right here.
Yes.
Now these are early ones. I was not grabbing these off the shelves. I'm not that old, but Texas Chainsaw 2 right there. I'm holding up. Pumpkinhead, of course. Stan Winston's fucking gold right there, and Rawhead Rex. Come on, man, look at that cover. But huge fan of Fangoria right here, man. I've collected these things. I got 8 or more stacks of these over there, but you can kind of tell. Yeah. I'm a little bit of a fan of them. It's horror related, man. I've been reading those things since I was a kid. I mean, they covered everything too. Look at this, man. Like, who's really seen this movie? Come on, man. Vampire in Brooklyn with Eddie Murphy. Oh, yeah. I watched it just because it was on the cover. But there's a lot of magazines after Fangoria that really came out and tried to take hold of what they were doing and try to get a little financial gain off of them. You had magazines like Gore Zone as well. Gore Zone was a big one for sure. And now we got what Fangoria is now. It's now back up and running now for a little while. Hopefully that lasts a little bit. Now we have Scream magazine as well, which is UK based, by the way.
It is. I do know that one.
And I mean, there's different ones. Like I'll hold this one up because I literally just got that one in, but there you go. That's the one I was talking about.
Cool.
Yep. So I think this is a little bit older. I always see them on the racks at Books A Million, man. But those things are expensive, man. They're like $15-18 a pop. So they cost a little bit of money. But you also had another magazine series too that came out that was called Twilight Zone. As you can see, Stephen King's The Raft is right there on the front.
Cool.
Look, I think what is the price tag on this? $2.99. What can you buy for $3 now? Nothing. But that's it, man. I definitely wanted to kind of throw those in there, man, because I mean, that started like the foundation of me actually wanting to pick up a book and be like, "What's on the cover? Holy shit!" Fangoria's Goosebumps. I mean, that was all in the same vein right there for me. So,
yeah, I mean, Scream magazine's still quite popular in the UK. I mean, it's HMV sell it. It's located around the boutique section. So if you go in, you can always find a copy of Scream kicking about in there. It's nice to still see that there's magazines like that about. I mean, I don't know what you like in the US, but magazines are pretty thin on the ground now. Unless it's a big, well-established magazine, the smaller independent magazines have just gone by the way now. You just do not find them anymore.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Printing ain't what it used to be, though, man. I mean, come on. I mean, the internet pretty much took care of that. So, but
it killed it overnight, really.
There's a few film related magazines that's always on the shelf at Books A Million. It's not just horror related, like Fangoria. They don't sell them there, but you can buy other stuff, man. I mean, there's always like these Critics' Choice magazines that they do a series of. They do these big compilation books, like the 1,000 best films. What is it, like the 1,000 of the best films ever made of all time, stuff like that. Yeah. So it's always go in there and I like to sit down and thumb through that crap. So
I know
man.
our Entertainment Weekly, they I think just stopped publishing like maybe two or 3 months ago. They were a weekly magazine, yeah. I think maybe they're online still, but they just stopped. The last cover was Ewan McGregor for Obi-Wan, and I don't know, maybe like 4 months ago. But yeah, they went weekly, and then they had to slow down to monthly because like print was dying. But yeah, now I think it's either fully gone or online.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, there's still a couple of larger magazines. Empire magazine is still a thing in the UK. Also, FX magazine is still popular as well. Yeah, but there's not many sort of a big film related, movie related magazines left in the UK anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yep. That's all about that print too, man. Like I'm sure, like what Rolling Stone stuff like that, that'll be around forever. Because I mean, come on, they look all the notoriety they got. So, but others, especially if you're independent, that's not gonna last.
Right, and it could turn into more like boutique style, just because they aren't able to get the sales that they used to, or subscription. So, may become more interesting in that way.
Yeah, possibly,
Fangoria now is definitely like literally boutique at this point. You can't buy them in the shops. You can't go to Books A Million. You literally have to go to their website and buy a subscription to get it sent straight to you. That's it.
Yeah.
You're not going to go anywhere and go buy them. So just one of those things. But Fangoria had such a horrible reputation the first time it ever went out of business. The CEO did not refund people's money, didn't give them their magazines that he promised, and all kinds of crap. Oh man, embezzlement charges left and right, you name it. That magazine ended horribly, and thankfully a couple people came along with a little bit of money and they said, hey, let's put this back out again. Let's put some love into it. And they've been going strong now for a couple of years. They did, I think their first cover they did was for the return of Joe Bob Briggs for the last drive-in.
Right.
Drive-in 24-hour takeover. Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
Right, Derek, what have you got, pal?
Oh, I'm next. Let's see. Where do we want to go? Okay, so this is kind of covering a few books. I have a collection somewhere that I couldn't find. I was trying to prep for this and I was missing some, but more art-related books. So this one is The Art of Avatar, and I love that world building and all of that. So that's kind of what's covered in here, the different like locations, the different creatures, the creature effects, things like that. Also gets into all of the revolutionary things James Cameron was doing at the time. But anytime there's something that really pushes the medium forward, I'll try and grab the art book related to it, because I had the Lord of the Rings versions of this as well for each of the 3 films. Those were the ones I was looking for before we started streaming, and I couldn't find them. But so this is sort of to represent all of those. This is the only one I could grab. But yeah, just kind of a semi-deep dive into, I mean, it's probably not even a deep dive, a surface level dive into the, I guess the early workings, the concept art. That went along with Avatar. And I don't know, I like it. I like the creature designs. I like all of that. The ecosystem, that's created, the biodiversity, like all of that was very well thought out. This isn't just like, I'm going to make a creature. Here they live on the same planet. Like everything makes sense here, like on Pandora. And I like that. Kind of like Tolkien with the language, and I feel like they did the same thing with the world building with Avatar.
Yeah, I mean, especially a film like Avatar, it was a standout film at the time, and to get sort of like pre-production work and concept work like that in a book, that kind of stuff always blows my mind of where an idea starts from and then what it ends up once it hits screen. And I mean, Avatar's a fantastic film. I mean, what venture he'll take us down next with the next film, God only knows. But I remember that coming out and watching that. I think that was the first 3D film that I watched and was just blown away by it. How good it was. Was my internet dropping then?
Oh, did you drop out?
I think so. I think my internet dropped a little bit then. It's come back then.
But
that was definitely the first 3D film I ever saw at cinemas. Like I said, I was just amazed by it when it came out.
And I think still, like,
I've gone back and watched it a couple of times, and it holds its own.
Right. It was like the first, I think, around the first I saw also, but also the best still when it comes to 3D. I think I've maybe seen 4 or 5 movies where the 3D is an enhancement and not a gimmick, you know? And that one still is amazing. I like it for that movie. I like it for Hugo. I liked it for a movie called Man on Wire. And then, I don't know, there was a 4th movie that's not coming to mind right now. But yeah, only a handful of movies have really impressed me with their 3D.
Yeah. Definitely.
It's got to be Jaws. It's got to be Jaws 3D. Come on, that's the best one.
I wish I could have seen that in 3D.
Oh God, it'd been great. Oh.
It's same with Friday the 13th 3. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's to see that in 3D as well. I bet that would have been a thing to behold at the time. There was quite a few films through the 70s did it, and then through the early 80s. But again, for me, those kind of 3Ds where you wore the old school 3D glasses, one red, one blue.
Yeah, right.
I've tried watching films like that recently, you know what I mean, on some of the older stuff, and it just doesn't work anymore. It just doesn't hold up. It's hard, you know what I mean?
That creates a headache like no other headache.
Yeah, it's just instant migraine. You know what I mean?
I know, right? It's just think,
no
Roger Corman dabbled in that shit too, man.
Oh,
shot
God,
the movie for that gimmick. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
if there was $1 to be made, Roger Corman was like, "I'll put all these out in 3D for a couple months."
Yeah, it'd have been all over it. But Avatar for me was the first and the best really of 3D films.
So you guys excited for the second one, or am I kind of taking it like it's like, okay, it's one and done for me. I don't care about the second one. How you guys leaning on that?
I think it's been put in production or in Cameron's head for so long that when it comes out now, it's going to have to be good. Otherwise, it's just anticlimax. I think.
Yeah.
And he's going, in true James Cameron style, he's going into water with it. He's got an obsession with water at the moment and has done for the last few years. Again, he's building a whole new world. Maybe it's going to be good. Maybe he's got something new under his belt. I don't know, but just release it. You know what I mean? Just get it out, let people watch it. He's been at it for years.
Yeah, I think. I guess I wish it was just the one. I don't know how this one's gonna do. The trailer I thought was fun. I actually went to Disney World in February, and I went to that Pandora Land. That was a lot of fun. That was very cool. But I don't know. I think I don't know. It's like the merchandising wasn't very strong, so it could be good, but I just don't know what the cultural interest is in it. You know, like you always hear people say,
so much time has passed.
You know, I want to see it because it's not smart to doubt James Cameron, but I'm also curious, like, are people going to go to this? Because it doesn't feel like it's been in the culture the same way like Star Wars and Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings were, to where it was just like everywhere.
Look, if Avatar 2
movie and that was dead.
If Avatar 2 is anything like Terminator 2, Anthony already fucking hates it.
Terminator 2 sucks ass.
Has that been blown out of proportion, or do you actually not like it?
No, I actually don't like it.
He likes the first one. He loves the first one. The second
love the first one.
First
one's real good, gritty sci-fi film, and the more you watch it and the older you get, the more you stay with it. It feels like a slasher movie. It feels like a straight-up stalker slasher with a hint of sci-fi. It's great. The second one, no, it's just some over-the-top action movie. Had loads of money thrown at it. Didn't hit its mark for me at all in any way, shape, or form. And I dislike it massively.
Even as a kid?
Even as a kid, I didn't like it.
Oh, okay. Because I liked it as a kid, but the older I get, the more I'm drawn to the first one. So, wow.
I mean, again, I own a copy. And I'd have been. I mean, when did it come out? 90.
90.
What year did it come out? 92.
Yeah, probably
something
92.
like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'd have been like what 13, I think, when that came out. So it should have been straight in my demographic of film kind of thing. But no, never liked it.
Wow.
The whole Guns N' Roses soundtrack and to it, I never liked that. It's odd. It's so far away from the original film that I couldn't get back into it at all.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's
So
just completely removed.
Are you that way with Conan the Barbarian and Conan the Destroyer because they're disparate from each other?
A little bit, but I do like Destroyer. Like I said, Conan the Barbarian, I love. Conan the Destroyer's got a whole backstory to itself. Why that film doesn't work. PG-13. It got dropped from an 18 to a PG-13 because they thought there'd be more money to be made in it. You know what I mean? And talking of that kind of movie, my pick is going to be this fantastic book called Barbarian at the Gates of Hollywood.
Great transition.
Okay, that was seamless again. I don't know what we're doing right tonight, but it's working.
That was perfect.
Absolutely brilliant. If you're into sword and sorcery, this is the book for you. It's dead cheap. It's about £9 off Amazon. You can only get this from Amazon. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of Amazon, but I will throw £9 for this. It's got every sword and sorcery film ever made in here, including the sort of Italian rip-off stuff that came sort of through the back end of the 80s. I mean, they realised that there was money to be made out of ripping off Conan the Barbarian and other releases that came out, and some were really good, some were terrible, and it's just a straight up book. You know what I mean? There is no pictures in here. It is a breakdown of each film, sort of tells you about the production of the film and how it got to the point where it got, and things that went on while they was on sets and problems they had in production. But what it does do, it takes you through a whole thing of everyone will know Conan the Destroyer, everyone knows Conan the Barbarian, everyone knows Hawk the Slayer, everyone knows Beastmaster, but it takes you through a lot of films that people wouldn't have known. So, for example, a film called Prisoners of the Lost Universe, that is available on Blu-ray. Quite hard to find. If you could pick a copy up, that is a decent film. And then it starts to look at the Italian kind of stuff. So you're down to like Deathstalker 2 and Deathstalker 3. A lot of the Roger Corman stuff like Barbarian Queen. And then really, everyone knows about spaghetti westerns. Everyone knows about giallo. Everyone knows about this Italian style filmmaking. And not many people realise how many Italian films were made in the style of sword and sorcery. And there's absolutely loads. Both Hercules films that were made for Canon, they were just Italian knockoffs. You've got Conquest, which Johnny picked me up a copy of a couple of weeks back in the Kino sale. That was Lucio Fulci's only attempt at doing a sword and sorcery film. That's in here. Sinbad in the Seven Seas. That's another Lou Ferrigno film that was done by Canon, but it was an Italian film. So if you're into the whole sort of lore of sword and sorcery, and you want to get to some films that you've probably never come across before, and don't get me wrong, the Italian stuff's absolute shit. You know what I mean? It really is garbage. And you think sword and sorcery can't get any lower, but it does do. You know what I mean? There's some real stinkers, but it's a good book. And again, there's nothing much about it. It's all text. There's no pictures in there. There's no nothing, but there's some great insight about the stuff in it. So any sword and sorcery fan, grab Barbarians at the Gates of Hollywood.
Nice.
He holds up a book and he goes, by the way, there's no pictures in here. It's only words. And everybody in the comment section was like, let's go watch something else.
Yeah. It jumped down from 11 people in the stream to 0 as soon as I showed that one.
Oh man.
Yeah, even the internet doesn't want to pay now. Even the internet's disgusted with it. Zod1980s, how's it going, Zods? Your general wishes to speak. Caveman Moves and More. Hello, Caveman. How's it going, man? We okay?
There's Guy.
Anthony's Horror and More. I know now why you cry.
What?
And Coco Dutch. Hello,
Coco.
Coco, how's it going? You okay? Hey, guys. Excuse me.
Hello.
Johnny, it's your turn, pal.
Yeah, man. I'm sure everybody's got this one, man, but I gotta hold it up, man, because this is literally a coffee table must-have for anybody, especially for any fan of Friday the 13th. But come on, man, that is none other than Crystal Lake Memories right there. I assure you, that book is freaking huge. It's pretty much not so much a width, just it literally is a coffee table book. If I'm not mistaken, this usually goes for about $40-$50, somewhere around in there, for a good copy. Thankfully, the wife picked me up one that actually had the jacket on it in really good shape, because most of the time you go to find these things and the jackets on them are completely ripped up and just shot to shit. But Crystal Lake Memories was actually done as a documentary, which 101 Films just put it out for you over there, Anthony, over in the UK. RLJE did it here.
They have, yeah.
I think it was about maybe 4 or 5 years ago. RLJE put it out here. Kind of like a bonus disc and all kind of good stuff with it. And it's a super long documentary, but anybody who's a fan of Jason Voorhees probably ate every minute of it up, just like I did. And I had to have the book to match it. So pretty much, man, the book, though, it's I wouldn't say it's the exact same as the documentary per se. You got Corey Feldman in there pretty much, what would we say, commentating that whole entire documentary.
Yeah.
And the book, though, man, it kind of goes off in its own adventure for each film, just like the documentary does, but just in a different kind of style, I would say. The book is not really that thick, so they got to kind of cram it in there, I guess, as much as they can. But got some great artwork in it, though. I mean, there's artwork right there from Friday part 5 right there. But yeah, I encourage anybody who doesn't have this book, definitely pick it up and give it a good read and everything. I probably went through this book now at least twice, reading it, and usually every time I get just jonesing for the documentary, I'll usually pick it up and give it a good read again. You would think it's a long read, but I assure you it's not. There's a lot more pictures in here than there is actually written content. So, but yeah, I think that's about $40-$50, something like that still at this point, if you can find a good copy of it. I think there is only the hardback version. I don't know if they ever did a paperback version of this, which the size of this book, I wouldn't see them doing paperback, but who knows? Probably should have did a little bit more homework before I held this up. But yeah, I was super glad to get that, man. That's a big, huge fan of Friday the 13th. And after that documentary, I was like, yeah, I'm going to get the book as well. So hopefully I can get a few autographs on that thing one day.
It's a great edition.
Yep.
Looks like my internet is having a little bit of a meltdown. So, Derek, if you go with your next one, mate, I'll disappear for a second, see if I can move the route around a bit so I can get a bit of a better connection. So I'll just disappear for 2 ticks, mate. So if you carry on with yours, Derek, I'll be back in a second.
Sounds good. Some people may have seen this one already because I did make a video of it not too long ago, but this is Alfred Hitchcock, the master of suspense pop-up book. So I talk about, how most of the things I have are art related. I just sort of saw this as a work of art of itself. This was gifted to me, though, and North by Northwest right here. And Hitchcock makes a cameo in each one. Do you see him right there? You got Vertigo.
Oh, dude. That is sweet.
And let's see. Psycho. I like the Psycho one because you can see it from multiple angles. Man, there you go. So it's not only straight on, but also like that. And there's some ones that I haven't heard of actually until recently, like Marnie. I'm not that familiar with that one. I haven't seen that one, but that one's represented in here. Other famous ones like The Birds are represented. but it's only a few pages. I think, is this one Marnie? Yeah. So I don't know anything about Marnie. Have you seen that one, Johnny?
It's been a long time, but yeah, I definitely have. I think that was put together in a collection. I was going to ask you if Rear Window was that by any chance demonstrated in that book by any chance.
No, yeah, no Rear Window. I mean, that's like one of the big. But yeah, they didn't do that. That would have been a cool one to see. Like
I know it.
His
the
point of view.
binoculars. Yep, from the building.
This one's nice. I showed this off. Here, let me see, because there's a knife that comes in for a stabbing right there.
Sweet.
I like that. That's called Torn Curtain, which I've never seen. But that one has, Paul Newman in it. Have you seen that one?
I have not. Torn Curtain I've never seen.
Yeah, and then Frenzy I watched, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago. And that I like that one a lot. Frenzy was good.
Yeah, Frenzy.
That was one of his later ones. Like,
yep.
Was it his last? Was Frenzy his last film?
Oh, Jesus Christ. I believe it was one of his last. If it wasn't his last, that's for sure, because Frenzy was way later on.
Yeah.
Thankfully, he got back on top after Psycho, and even the production studio didn't think he was going to land it with Psycho, but what did they know, right?
This says right here that Frenzy was Hitchcock's first film to get an R rating.
Oh.
So, that's pretty cool. But yeah. Maybe it probably wasn't his last film, but I remember it had something significant. Maybe it was the R rating thing, but I don't know. This is a lot of fun. You're not going to open it that often, once you see the pop-ups, but it's a fun piece to show people. So I like that. I like the artistry of I think they call it in the book paper engineering. So
I gotta ask you, how'd you acquire that?
So when I was in grad school, just a buddy of mine was offloading some of his books. He gave me that, and depending on how far we get today, I don't know, but this is like Star Wars
nice
script right here. So I don't know, he just gave me a bunch of his books he knew I liked movies, and if he had a movie book, he gave it to me. So just a gift, basically. Somebody had it and they were done.
Anthony, you're gonna have to go back and watch this replay, man. That Alfred Hitchcock book he just held up right there. Oh my God, man! Can you flip the birds open one more time for us, man? Because I really didn't get to see so much of an angle of it.
Let's see. Show you the whole. There we go. All right.
Oh wow!
Holy shit! Oh man,
that's brilliant.
3-dimensional. As well, like it's not just straight on, but that's what I like about it, is that you can look at it from multiple points of view.
Yeah, that's great.
God, man, I love the birds, man. That is great to see that. Thanks for sharing that, man, dude. That just made my day right there.
Yeah, it's a good one. I don't think that one's too high online if you do end up looking for it. I looked at the price the other day when I was because I made a video on it maybe, I don't know, 4 or 5 days ago. But yeah, I think that one's reasonably priced. I don't know if they're easy to find in good condition or not, but yeah, I like
that'd be the biggest factor. Biggest factor is going to always be condition, especially with any kind of book, but especially a pop-up book. Some kids got a hold of that thing, some things can get ruined.
Yeah.
Zod, Grace Jones. Did I miss something?
Grace Jones.
Conan the Destroyer, probably.
Conan the Destroyer, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. She's absolutely mental in that film. Anthony Osmore, I know.
That's right. No shit.
I know now why you cry. Yeah, it's a line from Terminator 2.
Yeah.
Right.
What's wrong with your face?
Yeah. 100. Dang, that Hitchcock pop-up book is awesome. He give me a pop-up.
You, sir, won the internet for the day.
Brilliant. For me now, I'm going to show three all at once. Again, all three are from Amazon. This is the only way you can get these. And up to now, this is volume 1 in all three. There is volume 2 coming. So they are called the Awful Awesome range. And you've got Awful Awesome Action Movies Volume 1. Awesome. You've got Awful Awesome Horror Movies Volume 1. And you've got Awful Awesome Volume 1 of sci-fi movies. And what this does, it takes the cheapest low-budget trash you have ever seen and really makes you go. So we'll have a look at the horror one. And it sets them up, and it's brilliant. So what it does, I mean, the first one I picked up, it gives you the VHS cover on one side. So a Fist of the Vampire. You know what I mean?
Fuck is that?
Fuck only knows. But it's awfully awesome, so it must be great. And then it gives you the synopsis of the film on this side. So for every page, so we'll flick again. So there we go. That one is Rock and Roll Nightmare. Now, these films are that bad, fucking Vinegar Syndrome have not even picked them up. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean?
Yet,
till they run out. Oh, that's a pretty cool one, though. Black Rose is there.
Yeah.
That artwork for Black Rose is great. Flick through some more. What else have we got in here? Frankenfish.
Oh, Jesus.
You know what I mean?
Whoa.
What era, what decade does that book mostly pull from, or is it just kind of all over?
It's all over. So 70s, preferably 80s into the early 90s, really is where these films are kicking about. There's a lot of early 90s stuff in here. Howling 2's in there.
Talk about trash. That's fucking trash.
Yeah. But there's a pretty decent one, Night of the Demon. And a breakdown, Night of the Demon.
It's fun. It's fun.
Is there a glossary back there? Is Mark of the Witch in there? Have you seen that? Mark of the Witch. There's just a random VHS I found in Washington
That's
State.
a sci-fi horror. Is it sci-fi or horror?
Oh, it's horror.
Maybe.
Yeah. Witches.
Horror? Okay.
Yeah, I think 70s. That's what I was asking. It's like one of the worst movies I've seen.
It's
but I don't know if it was so bad it's good. It's just so bad it's bad.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
there's a big difference in those two. I'm seeing a lot of people don't know that distinction, like especially in the Vinegar Syndrome world. I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's not in this one. No, maybe it's in one of the others. But again, the other ones are exactly the same. So we'll flick through that one. This is
Anthony, when Volume 2 comes out, do you get 3 more editions, like separated categories?
Yeah. So there's 3 more editions. So there'll be Horror Volume 2, Action Volume 2, and Sci-Fi Volume 2 as well. And they're pretty good. Just if you just pick one of these books up, flick through, thumb it, find a film. Yeah, go on. We'll try and find that. We'll watch it. Like that one, Hired to Kill. You know what I mean? It's fucking. This was straight to VHS, straight to DVD nonsense. You know what I mean? What else have we got
that, kids, is why drugs are bad.
Yeah. Legion of Iron. Even I've not heard of that one. You know what I mean? The sword and sorcery film. Parole violators. I mean, okay. Hey, look at the picture. I mean, fucking hell.
Oh man, that's badass as it gets right there, man.
Yeah.
You don't want to fuck with that guy. He's on parole.
Robot Ninja. You know what I mean? It's
man. I'd watch that. I'd watch that in a fucking second.
But these are like, I think these are about £8 a book. They're not expensive, but they're fun. They're fun to flick through. You know what I mean? The sci-fi ones. What have we got? Oh, cool. On this film, Hands of Steel. 88 Films put that out on their Italian line. That's a decent post-apocalyptic film. What else have we got? David Carradine in Future Force. You know what I mean? It's there's loads. You know what I mean? And the guy that's putting these out is convinced he's got enough material to do another volume of each. So, Frogtown 2, the sequel to Hell Comes to Frogtown.
Whoa! Wait a second.
Yeah.
I didn't know that existed.
Yeah, certainly does.
Yeah,
like I said,
let me write that down right quick. I'm gonna have to find that.
Oh, it's available. I've seen it
that.
kicking about. Yeah, I've seen it kicking about. It is available. And then, you know what I mean, another film where the artwork's better than the actual film is Rotor.
Oh yeah.
Great. I mean, that piece of art is fantastic. Well, the fun books, you know what I mean? It's I mean, fucking hell, who doesn't want a copy of Skateboard Kid 2? You know what I mean? It's well, there's like I said,
Rotor tends to go really good with about 6 or 7 pints.
Yeah. Yeah, you probably need more to get through it, but it's
I know, right? You'd be shit faced by the time the credits roll.
But if anybody's looking for those, Amazon is the place to find them. And again, they're about £8 each, I think. I think the other ones are coming out at the end of this year. So they'll be pretty good. But they're fun to have in a collection, you know what I mean? Just to flum through and look for some absolute tripe.
Yeah, that's cool.
Johnny, it's you, dude.
Yeah, but this book's been pretty much re-released, and I got the expanded version of this one right here. The first version, from my understanding, had less pages to it. I do dig it. I wish they kind of stayed away from mainstream films for this book a little bit more, but they did cover a good bit of lesser known films. But that is the teenage slasher movie book right there, and it covers a lot of what you would say like really low budget B horror films, but they do cover, like, as soon as you open up the book, the first thing you see is 78's Halloween in there. Of course, you're going to see it. But the guy who compiled it together, I'm not going to be able to pronounce it. It's like J.A. Kershwell. I think that's how you pronounce it. There you go. And I mean, you got films in here from like Mortuary. I'm going to pick out some really good pics right here to show, man, just to show it off. I love the pages too, man. They did a really good job on glossing the pages up real good.
I own a copy of it as well.
There you go. Great minds think alike. There you go.
It's really good.
Did you ever figure out what was the difference between the expanded version and the original release? Did they just add more stuff to it, or what?
I am not 100% sure. All I know about this book is the guy that wrote it, the guy that put it together. It was about his experiences at a young age with slasher films in general, and his cinema experience with the slasher genre, because the guy's from the UK. So a lot of this stuff that he was trying to watch in here would have been banned at the time, or didn't get a release. And it's about his experience of watching those films, whether they were him trying to get into a cinema and watching them, or him trying to find it on VHS, and his experience with each film. It's a really good book. It is a really, really good book. But I do not know what the difference is between the two.
Gotcha. You know, well, I have to do a little bit more homework on that. But I will tell you, if you can tell by the artwork right there, I mean, you see Silent Madness right here. I mean, Vinegar Syndrome just literally put that out like 2 years ago. I think Alan just watched this movie like the first time the other night.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm super glad that, I turned the page and look, there's The Burning right there, which The Burning always gets shit on because,
it does.
Of course, everybody's, more worried about Friday the 13th than that one right there, even though those basically made around the same time.
To me, it's a better film. It's a better film than the original Friday the 13th.
I love The Burning, man.
The Burning is fantastic.
I can't disagree with you on that. As big as a fan of I am as Jason Voorhees, man, The Burning is so damn good.
It's brilliant.
But yeah, man. I mean, come on, man. They got some great write-ups in there, man. Great artwork. The very back of the book, which is a movie I do not care about, which is Happy Birthday to Me.
Happy Birthday to Me.
Oh, I don't know why everybody loves that movie so much.
I like it as well. It's just schlocky nonsense.
There's some Vinegar Syndrome goodness right there. Don't Go in the Woods Alone right there. Dark Knight of the Scarecrow, which is, whew, yeah, you got to have a few beers to get through that one. But the tab too, I probably should have showed this too. Yeah, actually the front cover opens up, so you got that nice traditional artwork right there, Friday the 13th, which I do dig that, even though it's a little bit mainstream. But you know, it's the teenage slasher movie book. It doesn't say B movie slasher.
Yeah.
It doesn't, that doesn't define anything, so I can't knock it too hard or anything like that. Plus, I've referenced this book numerous times right here.
So the edition that you've got, is it the first edition or the second edition?
It's a second revised and expanded edition.
Yeah, so that's the one I've got.
Yeah.
So what was the difference from the first one? I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, man. Mark at Orbit DVD, man. Like he put this on his Facebook one day. It was like last year, maybe the year before last. Might have been 2020. So he made a little video, and they were just kind of thumbing through the video to let everybody know, hey, we just got these in stock at the store. Y'all can take a peek at it and see if you want it. And of course, man, I looked on eBay first, and I was like, wait a second, let me see his price compared to elsewhere. I looked on eBay. That's the only thing I saw was the second revised and expanded edition. I was like, well, where's the first at? What's the difference? Like, I want to know before I buy it. And I never came up with nothing. I came up dry on that one. So
yeah,
who knows,
I wasn't sure of it neither. But it's a good read. It's a good sort of look at one teenage boy's delve into the slasher genre, especially being in the UK as well, because a lot of this stuff wasn't readily available. But it's good, you know what I mean? And he goes through some real good films. I mean, Black Christmas is in there as well as when he watched Black Christmas. And there's a real good.
My Bloody Valentine's in there too, man. Just really good films.
I mean, Terror Train's the one in the back.
The Canadian horror.
You know what I mean? Yeah. A Freddy there. So no, it is a good book. I think this one in the UK is still available at Waterstones, which is the main bookstore in the UK. That's where this one came from. So it is still available. It's still in print.
Yeah, it usually goes about $25 for us over here. I think that's what I think I gave Mark like $25 for it.
Yeah, I think it's £25 over here. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. It's always it's a good reference book though, man. Like, so sometimes, even though I know most of the films in that book, every once in a while I'll flip through it and I'll be like, yeah, I don't really care about that movie anymore, or I'll flip back to something else. Be like, I need to rewatch that. It's been too long. So, but yeah, it's a fun read though. Easy read too.
Yeah, definitely. Future Boy, can you imagine a Bond pop-up book? I bet somebody's done one. I bet there's something out there. Yeah, Corden, but she was better in A View to a Kill. Isn't she not just the same in everything that she's done? What was the horror film that she did where she plays a vampire? She just plays herself. She's just Grace Jones in everything.
Oh, Vamp.
Vamp, that's the one.
Yeah.
Zod, Hands of Steel is great in the UK on VHS. It was called Hands of Steel. It was, mate.
Okay.
Future Boy, can you recommend a boutique label book publishers? Arrow
Video does books.
Arrow does do books. I do not own anything by Arrow though. I've not got any Arrow's books.
Does Arrow do specific films or genres, or what's the focus of those books?
Specific films. They did do a compilation book. They did a coffee table book that was really nice looking. I have no idea why I don't have that in the stack or own it. Trust me, I need to change that. They did a Lone Wolf and Cub book, which I definitely need to get. They did a book on the Hitcher. And I'm sure there's been a few more. I guarantee you these folks in the chat will definitely let me know it. But man, they got some really good quality stuff from what I've seen. So that coffee table book looked great, man. It was like an endless book of just great artwork in it too. So it's a little expensive. I think that's more like $60-$70, probably about maybe for Anthony, maybe like 90 pounds, something like that.
Yeah, it's like I say, it's one thing I've never looked into personally. I've never looked into anything that Arrow's done. I mean, there's a couple of companies. You'll see some of mine in a bit. Titan Books. Titan Books put a lot of sort of, how you would class them as boutique, and it's a lot of like deep delving into certain films, especially pop culture, you know what I mean? It's especially 80s, early 90s films. Titan do a hell of a lot of stuff. And I've got some Titan books down here.
More like compilation books, because they're covering a decade or an array of time, basically.
Yeah, Titan are very good at taking one particular film and sort of deep diving on it as well as. And I have a couple of those here that we'll have a look at in a minute. But no, it's hard to say in it. It's whether there's one specific company or not that do a lot of this kind of stuff. I know there is multiple companies that delve in and out of it, but as to say, as one particular company is the go-to company for this kind of stuff, I don't actually think there is one anymore. It's a bit of a dying thing, really. You know what I mean?
Yep.
It's a shame.
Yep.
Derek, what have you got, mate?
So that those couple of books that you showed earlier, like it was 100 of the greatest films ever made. That
Yep.
I was asking about a checklist. That was because I have this 501 must-see movies, and this is just a gift book, a coffee table book style thing. People can flip through, conversation piece, and it actually does. I haven't updated this in years, so don't judge me, but it has little little boxes to check off once you've seen these movies.
Oh, nice, man.
And separated by genre, so you got horror, musical, romance, science fiction. They're going to have to. They play superhero movies and science fiction, but I think eventually they're going to have to make its own.
Its own column. Yeah,
big enough. Mystery, thriller, war films, western, sci-fi. I already said that. Action, all sorts of things. But it's very like popular films. But it's nice because it tells you a lot of the older popular films that we were born in the 70s and 80s. So, there was stuff that came before us that was popular, and maybe that popularity didn't have legs and didn't reach us. So it kind of talks about a lot of those films that, maybe were popular in their day, but not so much anymore. So it's nice nice thing to reference, or if you're just like, I don't know what to watch, what's something I haven't seen, you can, pop it open and see if there's anything that you need to finally see. And it kind of does the same thing where it gives you a little synopsis and then, where am I at? Synopsis, a picture, and then like director and actors and the year it came out, screenplay, all of that type of stuff. So, I don't know. It's always been a nice, fun book to flip through to reference if you're, if you're making a YouTube video in the your top 5 favorite sci-fi films or something. It's a good thing to pick up, like, what are the sci-fi films? You don't want to think of them up off the top of your head.
Yeah, I mean, I have a book that's pretty similar that I didn't put in my stack. I think it's a bit outdated, this one that I've got now, and it's a bit of a beast. But that one is a 1001 movies you must see before you die. I think there's multiple editions of this one out now. This is a really old edition. Right. It's a beast of a thing.
Basically same thing as this. This is just 501 movies. So yeah.
I don't know if this has got a tick off in it or not. I don't think it has. Oh yeah, it has. Yeah. That's got a tick off in it as well.
Okay, yeah. And that's kind of fun to do.
Yeah. Again, there's a lot of films in this one that's beyond my intelligence. You know what I mean? It's
right.
There's a lot of artsy stuff in it that I would never ever watch. I wouldn't even entertain. I'm not that kind of person. I'm not that intellectual. But there's some good stuff in there as well. Rosemary's Baby's in there, and Terminator's in there. Terminator's pretty cool.
Right.
But this is a really old edition. This one now.
Is that Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy on the front?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't say I'm bored during movies very often, but that one kind of bored me.
I don't think I've ever seen it.
Yeah, I just thought it was very
What's the name
predictable.
of it
I had
again?
it figured out really early.
Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy.
Tailor Soldier Spy. That's a hell of a title. Jesus.
Yeah.
Gary Oldman and Mr. Darcy from the BBC. What's that guy's name? The King's Speech. Why
King's
can't I think
Speech.
of?
Yeah. It was in Kingsman, and he's been in loads. He's
whatever that guy's name is.
Yeah, I can't think of his bloody name.
Yeah. It was very British too. From an
he's
American
extremely
perspective, very British.
Yeah, he's extremely rich. Yeah, he's. I mean, I've explained this to Johnny before. Is the Britishness that you see in films, that's portrayed in films, is not true Britishness. There's probably a tiny percent of people in England or Britain that actually speak like that. You know what I mean? The amount of regional accent in the UK is unreal. You know what I mean? You could go 20 miles up the road and someone sounds completely different to the way I sound. You know what I mean? I'm quite broad and quite northern in the way I talk. 20 miles up the road, you go into Liverpool and you'll get Scousers and they sound completely different to what I sound. And then you can go 20 miles into Manchester and they sound completely different to the way I sound. You know what I mean? It's crazy, really, regional accent in the UK. But there's only people in London that sort of sound like that. But I have friends in London who sound nothing like that at all. You know what I mean?
So you sound more northern?
Yes.
So that means you were during the so you were pro Oasis, not pro Blur.
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yes.
Whoa.
I am from the same neck of the woods as the Gallagher brothers.
Okay, so yeah, when the pop wars were happening, you were in Oasis's camp then.
Yes,
I gotcha.
yes.
Liam Gallagher is a cunt.
Oh yeah, he's a complete arsehole. Yeah, he lived a sort of not that far away from where I live, really. One of the albums, they had a big photo shoot. I know the guy that did that photo shoot for that album, and that's probably a 20-minute walk away from where I live. It's all still there. The whole set, the whole shoot. Nothing's ever changed in all those years. It's still there. He lived in Wigan for a while. He's a Mancunian, but he lived in Wigan for a while. Have you heard of a band called The Verve?
Oh yeah.
Yep. Well, Richard
Bittersweet
Ashcroft
Sympathy or some shit.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, Richard Ashcroft from The Verve, he's a hometown boy. He's from my town, Wigan, and him and Liam Gallagher shared a flat in Wigan, and could be seen out regular in town. So yeah, that's the other one that I've got going for me. Everyone knows Rick Astley. Yeah, you know, Rick Astley. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. That guy. Yeah. His mum lived in the same village as where I live.
Okay.
So I know Rick Astley's mum. So shit claim to fame, but there we go. It's
right.
Whoa. What was it? Well, basically, what Blur kind of popped out with that was song 2 that got really big with the video, and then all of a sudden, Blur transformed into the Gorillaz, basically, right? That's how that story goes, right?
Damon Albarn, yeah. I mean, originally there was an 80s indie band that sounded very much like what Mancunian Manchester indie bands sounded like.
They were very album. They were very into like British culture, right? Like, didn't they have songs about tea time and stuff like that?
Yeah. Coffee and TV and all that kind of stuff, and and they really struggled with the sound that they had because it sounded like everyone else. And they were told by the record label if they didn't do something, they was going to get dropped. And they did something. Who wrote it? No one really knows, because Damon Albarn was just writing jingly indie music that sounded like everybody else. Then overnight, they just became this massive sensation. I mean, technically, if you put the two bands together, Blur were a technically superior band than Oasis, but Oasis had the bigger following because they were more sing-along anthems. If you listen to Oasis lyrics, they mean absolutely nothing. You know what I mean? It's just gobbledygook. There's nothing to it. Whereas what Blur was singing about at the time had more sort of structure to it.
Right.
You're trying to tell me that Champagne Supernova actually had a message in it other than getting high?
Nothing. It's got no meaning whatsoever. She sniffs it in a tissue, selling the big issue. I mean, what the fuck does that mean?
Oh, yeah.
There was loads of it. She did it with a doctor on a helicopter. It was just rhyming shit. You know what I mean? That's all he was doing.
They broke with Supersonic, right? I think it was Supersonic that kind of broke them.
Was it Supersonic? The one that they brought with sounds like the one that they brought with sounds. It's a complete rip-off of the Beatles' Yellow Submarine. To be fair, every Oasis song is a Beatles rip-off. You know what I mean? The riff, the chord, everything. The key they play in is basically a Beatles rip-off. But somehow they got away with it. But they were huge. But there was of the whole period of that sort of Britpop scene in the UK, there were far better bands than both Blur and Oasis. You know what I mean? Suede were far superior than both. You know what I mean? Suede were a great band.
I'm thinking.
But then you just ended up with loads of.
Yeah, I did. I have heard of Suede. I don't know if I know their music, but I remember hearing about them during that time.
Yeah, I mean, one of those was it. Animal Nitrate was one of those, I think. But there was loads of bands during that period. It spawned some seriously good bands and some seriously shit bands. You know what I mean? There was a lot of manufactured stuff come off the back of it as well. Bands like Menswear and stuff like that. I mean, they were terrible. But then but all that was a scene for the 90s. The 80s indie scene in the UK was where it was at. So with like the Stone Roses and the Happy Mondays, the Soup Dragons, the Charlatans, those kind of bands cemented that scene. And then really the Britpop scene just rode its coattails through into the 90s.
Look at it now, man. If I'm not mistaken, isn't like Asking Alexandria and Bring Me the Horizon, aren't those British bands as well? Those are fucking huge bands now.
Yeah. There's the whole British indie scene is massive and still does really well. I mean, we've currently 4 bands in my town alone that are doing big things that probably will go national and then will go worldwide. One band called the Lathams, a 4-piece indie band from Wigan who are fantastic. And there's 3 other bands sort of coming through at the back of them. NME magazine didn't know what was happening in Wigan. You know what I mean? There's just been this massive explosion of music coming out of my town at the moment.
Wigan is like the new Seattle of grunge almost.
Right? Yeah, for the indie scene. Yeah, I mean, it's not that long back since I passed up on one of these bands as well. You know what I mean? When I was promoting nights and that, one of these bands contacted me. And they sent me a demo, and I went, "Sorry, lads, it's not really my cup of tea." And then they went on to support Paul Weller. So what do I know? You know what I mean? It's like, you know what I mean? So yeah, but but my next pick, this was a gift. My brother, who we saw in here earlier on, gifted this one to me my last birthday. And it is the Art of Horror Movies.
Oh, shit.
This is a beast of a book. It's lovely. Get that in there.
What type of chud is on the back of that shit?
Yeah. That's some serious prosthetics. Look at that.
I know, right? Wow.
But this is, this is all the poster art that was released for the time of the films, and it sort of starts off really early doors kind of stuff, Universal Monster kind of stuff, and it goes into present day. So you sort of get stuff like that. So you're getting all the original poster art stuff, but then you'll also get things like that, if I can get it out the light, paintings that people have done for the book itself. And there's a lot of Hammer stuff in here as well, as I can find where the Hammer section is.
Ooh, yeah, let's see the Hammer stuff.
So I find it.
Got some Christopher Lee, Peter Cushing kind of type of artwork in there.
Yeah. Something like that. Like that.
That's nice.
Oh man, that's nice. That looks like Graham Humphrey's artwork right there.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Graham Humphrey's has got a lot of pieces in this one, and it sort of it breaks the film down in little bits. It doesn't give you loads. It gives you variant artwork. Like there's a Japanese variant of The Shining.
Oh wow.
Nice.
And then obviously as we go further to the back, you get more modern pieces. So you get sort of like The Purge and Saw, Wolf Creek's in there, Human Centipede. That's another thing as well. The gentleman that's in Human Centipede 2 and Human Centipede 3, Lawrence, the short, weird-looking guy.
Yeah.
He's a fellow Wiganer as well. He lives up the road from where I live.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Man, you should move. Fuck that place.
Yeah, man. That's one of the roughest movies I've watched.
Oh yeah, it's awful. So if you're a horror buff, this is definitely a book for you. There's some great stuff in here. There's some black exploitation stuff like Blackula's in here and Scream, Blackula Scream. There's some stuff done for Halloween. It's good, and again, it's good for a sort of reference point of view.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Nice.
There's nothing in here that you probably don't already know, but to see different kind of artwork and different styles of artwork, I mean, this one is quite good. Get that in.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that's good.
Oh man, it's got like
What was
Ghosty
that?
up there on the top too, man. Oh,
Yeah.
F-Lion. What was this? Do you know what this piece was used for, or is this made for the book? This one here.
I think it's just made for the book.
Okay.
It doesn't actually say on that one. No, it doesn't say. So it was probably done for the book.
Right.
But it breaks it down from the 40s and the 50s. It goes all the way through to present day. But again, it's a nice hardback piece, nice coffee table book. And that is the Art of Horror Movies.
I like that.
Again, it's readily available. I've seen it kicking around on Amazon. It's in my local bookshop as well as. I'm not actually sure how much that one is. I don't think it says. It doesn't state the price. Oh, it's $40. So I don't know what it would have been in the UK. About 32 to 35, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's $40 US.
Okay.
Yeah.
That spread artwork that you opened up right there, man. That's definitely that's beautiful. They could have printed that on like millions of T-shirts and sold them bitches like hotcakes. It looks great. But that definitely looked like some Graham. That definitely looked like some Graham Humphrey's artwork.
Yeah, there is some Graham Humphrey stuff in there. Again, Future Boy, I think he's talking about boutique book releasing. For example, Bitmap Books are a boutique label book publisher. They focus on retro video games, amazing quality. Yes, mate. Bitmap is based from the Bitmap brothers, who put out games back in the day. So they did Brutal Deluxe and games like that. That's where they get their names from. I have a few Bitmap Brothers games, Bitmap Brothers books from retro game and stuff as well as. Future Boy, I'm a huge fan of the Cockney accent. Well, you have to be a London barra boy to have that kind of accent. What's that you're saying about us Scousers? Nothing's odd. Nothing, mate. It's like I said, where Zod lives, he's about 20, 25 mile away from where I am. So I'm slap bang in the middle. I've got Liverpool on one side, 25 miles away. And I've got Manchester on the other side, 25 miles away. So we're just sort of like sandwiched in the middle. Johnny, your shout, mate?
I was just talking shit, wasn't he? He was like, "What the fuck you just say about me?"
Yeah,
absolutely. Here you go, Anthony. I know this is definitely one of your favorite books right here, man. I had to get this one too. It's limited to 1,500 for the expanded edition. This is expanded by 18 pages, I want to say. And lucky to pick this one up. Severin did put this back on the site. It is available right now. I'm sure it's going to sell right back out again because it always does. None other than Cannibal Holocaust right there.
Yes.
A lot of people's under the impression that this book is only referencing Cannibal Holocaust, but it's not. It actually goes through Deodato's like pretty much his whole filmography and gives you a little breakdown of each thing. Some of the struggles he kind of went through, the ideas, the setups and storyboards that he kind of did for his films. A little bit more into his personal life as well, but for the majority, it will cover Cannibal Holocaust for the most part. And of course, everybody knows the infamous story about Deodato's trial, where he was put on trial basically because they all thought that this guy had actually killed some people to make a movie. The only thing that was killed in the movie, though, was a turtle and maybe a few other things like some animals, but nothing. No human beings, though. Even though I'm not going to stand up for the animal torture shit, though, which is I ain't down with that. But different time, different place. So, is what it is. Let's see what we got here. I'm not going to be able to show some of this because this book is loaded with boobies. So give me 1 second here. Here we go right here. A film I just got because Brian Goes Blue recommended it from Code Red right there, which is Cut and Run right there from Deodato. That is a great film too. I'm so glad I bought that one right there. I'd seen it in the book, and he referenced. He had told me, he's like, "Hey, that's Code Red. Definitely pick that up, man. That was a fun watch." So, Brian, if you're watching, I appreciate that, brother. But yeah, guys, it's a really nice book. There is like I said, a 17, 18 page difference between the first edition that was put out by this is a Fab Press book, and Severin got a hold of the. I guess they made a deal with him and said we're going to expand it just a little bit and all of that. But you got Deodato's signature on that bad boy, and it's limited to 1,500.
Cool.
So there you go. That is my Severin Films. Well, basically Fab Press, but it's sold by Severin Films. Cannibal Holocaust book.
That is one of the video nasties in the UK that we've never had a complete edition of. It's still edited to hell. You can't get a completely unedited version of it in the UK.
You want it, man? Just say something. I'm telling you, Grindhouse Releasing has a great edition of that, man. 3-disc set includes the soundtrack. Man, the special features on that thing is woo. It'll take you 2 weeks to get through them. Yeah.
I do own a standard DVD copy of it. It's got a few little bits on it, but not much. But it is edited to hell. You know what I mean? There's not just a few minutes edited out that film. There must be 20 minutes. There's 2 coats of it for the UK market. And there's still a few other films that are exactly the same. You know what I mean? It wasn't until 1998 till we got Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You know what I mean? It's hard to believe that, but that was the first time that we got it here in the UK. And it's like I say, going through with any of that video nasty stuff, I love that kind of thing. You know what I mean? And it's not necessarily the films, but it's the whole story and lore that goes around it. That people were losing businesses and being jailed over renting VHS tapes out. You know what I mean?
All thanks to Thatcher.
Yeah, thanks to Thatcher and a stupid woman who was a do-gooder, you know what I mean, called Mary Whitehouse. She's never ever seen one of these films, but deemed them, you know what I mean, unfit for human consumption, basically. And was just getting stuff under this.
But you should definitely consider like doing a series of the video nasties for your channel, man. Because dude, you were right there for that shit, man. You have so much knowledge. I mean, you opened my eyes to it too. I mean, I knew what they were per se.
Yeah.
I never knew it went past 72, and you were like, no. There's 3 of us in total. I'm like, what?
Yeah. It's crazy. The stuff that actually went on. I mean, the biggest one in the Northwest where I live, the chief of police at the time was a devout Catholic, and he got the order in place to have the Best Little Whorehouse in Texas removed because he didn't like that it had whorehouse in the title, but had never actually seen the film. He didn't even know what it was about, but the title did it all, and he was pulling that off shelves. That was just chief of police. Dolly fucking Parton. You know what I mean?
Dolly Parton.
Yeah, but different times. They were just different times. You know what I mean? It's but it is a good subject. It's dead interesting. It's really interesting. You know what I mean? People serve jail time because of it. You know what I mean?
Wow.
I think 18 months. Someone ended up serving a jail sentence of 18 months because of it. People's entire catalogues were taken from them and burnt. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. It was just nuts. Yeah, it just burnt them, just incinerated them.
Really, like, that's about as communist as you can get right there too. Like, come on, man. That's communism at its best right there. So, yeah, I mean, you should definitely spread a little bit more of that, man, of that insight too, because that's going to be something that's going to be forgotten here in a little while. Like, even a lot of horror fans, dude, they don't give a fuck about no video nasty list. They're like, oh man, that was just something that happened back in the VHS days where they stuck these big black tapes in a machine. Fuck that. Nah, man. You should definitely do a series on that, man. Just kind of run through those lists. You know, just take a few and then just run with them.
Because that would have been
that'd be awesome.
90s? Is that what you're talking about? The 90s? This was going on?
No, this was very, very early 80s.
Early 80s. Gotcha.
Yeah, and a lot of the films that were getting banned. Yeah. A lot of the films that were getting banned at the time weren't even 80s films. Some of these films have been out for like 10 years.
Right.
But because they had no certification on them, because these films once they left the cinema and became a product of home media, and they weren't certified, anyone could go to a video store and rent this stuff. And what they found was they were trying to say kids were getting hold of this kind of stuff, and kids was having parties and watching this kind of stuff. And I mean, I don't remember that. I certainly don't remember that happening. I remember seeing the odd few film, but it wasn't a mass epidemic of kids watching video nasties. You know what I mean? And so they brought the BBFC in, which was a border control how they rate films in the UK now. So if you get a film from the UK now, and it's got that all over it.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's what that is, and that's why that came in. So every film now, when it comes to the UK, has to go through that process. Whereas in the late 70s, early 80s, didn't have to do that. It had to do it at cinema level, but when it came to home media level, it didn't need it, and that's where the controversy started. That's where all the issues started.
Right.
So then they were going back to films from the early 70s that, if you look back on now, you can't really see why they would want to ban something like that. And then they had a spell of, because the word machete in a title, or the word chainsaw in a title, or the word apocalypse in a title, they banned them automatically without seeing the film.
Oh my goodness.
Just doom and death. If it stood for doom and death.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So it's like, titles. I mean, Shogun Assassins of all films, that got banned. That got put on the second ban list. Shogun Assassins, you know what I mean? It was crazy stuff. It was crazy times. So what you'll find is the reason that when you come across a film and it's got 2 and 3 or 4 different title names, so like Eaten Alive, for say, the Toby Hooper film Eaten Alive, in the UK it's known as Death Trap. Which one's that one?
Slave of the
Cannibal God. Yeah, I've got Slave of the Cannibal God. But in the UK, it's known as Mountain of the Cannibal God.
Cannibal God, yeah.
So it's complicated, and the way why those films would change names is a particular name would have been banned. So they went back, changed the name of the film, changed the opening title to it. So when they put it in, it would have a different runner on it and it would come up with a different name. They don't know it's the same film because somebody else is probably viewing it and that person would have passed it and let it through. So when you get a title now and it's got 3, 4, 5 different alternate titles, that's the reason why, just so it would get through the board of the BBFC.
Wow. Huh.
Yeah. There is still 6 titles on that list to this day that have never been available in the UK.
Really?
And 5 of them are Nazi exploitation films, and one of them is the Werewolf versus the Yeti. And I've not a fucking clue why that one's still banned, because it's a shit film. It's available on YouTube. It's awful. But for some reason, apparently, there's a scene where a woman is flaying, and I think that's the reason why. There you go. Lisa, She-Wolf for the SS. You know, so that's still banned in the UK.
So it's still banned. Wow. That's just kind of
crazy.
Like at a government level, right?
Yeah. Wow. So it's by the British Board of Film Control. They've probably year after year it probably gets resubmitted, and then year after year they just knock it back. Especially the Nazi exploitation films. There's a couple of them that came out, but most of them are still on that ban list because of the subject matter, not because of what's in the film, because of the subject matter.
Right. This would have been in the 90s, but do you know the Sensation show by the YBAs, the Young British Artists? So people like Damien Hirst and Mark Quinn and that group.
Damien Hirst was famous for cutting the cow in half and putting him in thalidomide.
Right, yeah. And when they got out of college, all those guys, that group of people, they went to like Goldsmith College, if I remember right.
Yeah.
Well, I remember they had a show that I think started overseas, like after they graduated, called The Sensation Show. And then we got it in New York. And I don't know if you know Rudy Giuliani, but he's a politician here.
Okay.
And he was mayor of New York City at the time. He tried to shut down that show. And I always thought that was kind of interesting. Well, I guess now I'm thinking that's interesting that you had all of this banned videos, but this art show was okay there. But when it came here, he tried to shut it down. The artists always win here, but people fight it, but artists will always win. But yeah, I remember learning about that in college.
So basically what he did, he took a standard dairy herd cow, and it's died of natural causes, but he split it from head to toe, cleanly, so everything in the cow was still intact. So you could see vital organs and bones and all the rest of it. And it was, I don't know how it was done, but it was cleverly done. And then the cow was put into a glass case, and that case was filled with formaldehyde so it wouldn't rot, so it preserved it. And then they sealed it up, and then this cow was on display for years and years. It's probably still on display somewhere.
And I also a part of that group, there was Mark Quinn, and what he did was he made a bust of his head out of his own blood. He would like draw out his own blood, and then he put it in this mold and then froze it, put it in a refrigerator. So you have this self bust made out of his own blood. And that became like one of my favorite pieces ever. And I think he does it every 5 or 10 years. And I remember Crusoe, I don't know if you know him. He was a part of that show. But he had the piece that really pissed off Rudy Giuliani. It was Mary and Jesus, but there was like pornographic imagery all over it.
I remember that. Yeah.
And he tried to shut down the show. And I you don't win those battles against artists typically. You just have to hope the artist backs down and can't afford to fight you. But they ended up winning. The artists did, the galleries did. So nothing happened other than a lot of news coverage that got more people to see.
Exactly. That was a thing in the UK when he did the cow. You know what I mean? It brought more people in. Didn't keep people away. It brought more people in.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's
better to keep quiet about it if you don't want people to see it.
Exactly. Zod said some films that are rated 15 now were rated 18 in the 80s. Times have changed. They were, you know what I mean? Because they've gone back and looked at things, and obviously times have changed. So a lot of stuff that was 18 back then is probably only 15 now. Crusher, how's it all going? How's it going, Crusher? All be well, mate.
What's up, brother?
How are you?
Whose pick was it? I'm lost where we're up to.
Yeah, me too. It was Derek, because I should count the Holocaust.
Okay, yeah. So let's see. I'll do this Academy Awards one. The Oscars, my favorite day of the year, even though I don't think they pick the right movies a lot of the time. At least not the movies I pick anyway. But this is a complete unofficial guide to the Academy Awards, and it kind of goes through the history of who won some of the not seeing that, are you? Who won a lot of the major awards from year to year. But what I like about it is they have some they have a section in the book that's like a sins of omission, and they talk about actors or movies that should have been nominated. And one of my favorites that I fully agree with is Samwise Gamgee. So Sean Astin, he should have been nominated for Return of the King for Best Supporting Actor, 100%. And honestly, I can't remember who was nominated that year, but I probably would have given him the win also. He is fantastic in it. But yeah, just kind of goes from year to year, gives you some pictures. When you get to the beginning of each decade, they show you, let me find an example here. They give you an example of the fashion that was going on during that time. So in the 70s,
cool.
They got a great picture there of Angelica Houston and Jack Nicholson there. And then, so it's kind of fun to see the fashion evolve also. I don't really watch the Oscars for the fashion. I know like a lot of people do. When I talk about the Oscars with people, that's usually what they say they watch it for. Because they don't movies. But I don't know. That's interesting that they threw that in the book as well. This book only covers the first 80 years. And I don't think they've updated it just because Prince dead and dying. So, you know, there might be one, but I don't think they've updated it. But, you know, 80 is a nice round number. So maybe like the 100 year, they'll, you know, make another one. Who knows? But yeah, I'm a big Oscars fan. I love the Best Picture category is my favorite. And there you can see a bunch of Best Pictures there and on the back there. So I don't know. I just like the trivia, you know, that comes along with it. The cinema history, how times have changed from the 1920s to the 2020s. All pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I can remember being younger, sort of through the 80s into the early 90s, that the Oscars was a big thing in the UK. You know what I mean? It was one night of the year. It was shown all over the BBC. Yeah, I don't think they do much with it in the UK anymore. It's obviously on TV, but it's not got the hype about it that it used to have.
I don't even think it does here anymore. I mean, I guess it's still the second most viewed thing on TV. It's like right now, I mean, the Super Bowl is always number one, and then usually the Academy Awards are number two. When it comes to year. But yeah, ratings are dropping, but ratings are dropping for everything, you know? Yeah. So, yeah.
I was going to ask you too, because you had said right there when you held that book up that you was like, hey, you know, like it's one of my favorite night of the year kind of thing, and, you know, tradition and all that. And I got that. And you said you followed that up with, well, films win that I don't necessarily think should have won. And I think something else maybe should have got a little bit more light shown on it. Do you think that that's probably just due to the political aspect of that show in its entirety? Because it does seem like it's a little bit driven by possibly some left-wing kind of writers, I'd say, for the most part, because they do shit on some movies and don't give them their due. I mean, I could definitely agree with that.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes back and forth a little bit. Like, I think sometimes it is the Academy being like, well, we'll throw the media a bone and give them a movie that they want to see win. But other times, you know, they do a movie that the left absolutely hates, you know. So like Green Book, like when you watch that movie, you know, it's like, oh, social issues. The left would probably like it, but they did not like it because it's a very surface level, you know, why can't we all just be friends sort of thing. And
Yeah.
it didn't do a deep enough dive for them. So, you know, they wanted to see something else when they thought it was like too similar to Driving Miss Daisy or something, like looking at race as a very surface level, simple, easy problem to fix sort of thing. So I think they kind of go back and forth a little bit. And I don't know if it's a conscious thing where they're like, okay, I'm going to vote left or vote right this year. You know, I think
Yeah.
a lot of times, sometimes it's just they pick the feel good movie, you know, and that movie,
Right.
you know, it makes it's a feel good movie. It doesn't, you know, it's not as harsh as other things like, you know, 12 Years a Slave, maybe Moonlight.
Yeah.
You know, some are more difficult watches.
Yeah.
I guess right before they picked the feel good movie this year, somebody got slapped beforehand. There's something about a story I heard about this. Does anybody- I'm sorry, guys. I had to throw that in.
That was
We've got Rob Schneider in here. You can do it.
I can't do it.
You can do it all night long. Next up for me, I am a massive Star Wars nerd. I probably don't talk about it that much on this channel, but I am truly, I'm the child that was brought up through this whole explosion of this sci-fi phenomena, because that's what it was, and I love every inch of it. I love the bad stuff, I love the good stuff, I love everything in between. And this book came out, and it's really good, and it is Star Wars, The Complete Vader. This goes through the whole concept process of Vader through the Star Wars franchise. There's some really good stuff in this. There's sort of letters that Lucas wrote to designers and stuff. There's concept drawings. There's sort of variants from different places in the world, so you get sort of really early concept stuff like that, which is cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah. You get, I'm trying to find some of it, sort of things like this that show you the concept of the design that Lucas came up with for what he wanted the costume to be, on like individual bits of paper. And then you get things like that. It's a guideline for the care of the Vader costume and how Lucas wanted that costume to be looked after when it wasn't being used on set. Which is quite cool, and it's double-sided. You know what I mean? The whole thing with the whole Vader character is entertaining in itself. Obviously, the gentleman that played Vader, that was the guy that was in the suit. I mean, everybody knows James Earl Jones voice Vader, but the gentleman that actually played Darth Vader within the suit was a fellow Englishman, and originally he was going to be voicing Vader, but he was a Cornishman and had a really thick regional accent, and he just sounded like a farmer. So they listened to some of the dailies on it and went, that isn't going to work. So they took Dave Prowis's voice out of it and then recast James Earl Jones to do the voice. And Prowis never forgive Lucas for doing it, and they never really spoke. Yeah, they never really spoke after that. He carried on playing the part as Vader, but their friendship sort of went out the window. I'm trying to find some of the other stuff that's in here. So you get like there's reprints of the original 70s bubblegum cards that came out.
Right.
Like inside it. There's just loads of stuff like that. Sort of, they start looking down the toy line when they started putting the merchandise out for it. But again, if for me, probably the single best villain that there's ever come out of any kind of film, really. Just the whole character of him, his whole backstory, the way he looks. He's got that sort of Japanese sort of samurai look about him. And if you look at some of the early stuff in here, he is a samurai. That's the way they've got him looking. But as far as a concept book goes, just based around one character from a film, it's probably the best thing that I've got. Is some more stuff in there. There was a copy of a handwritten letter from Lucas to some of the producers. That's quite cool. There's a copy of some vintage stickers that came out in '78.
That's awesome.
So there's loads of little bits like that in it, and it's a good read. It's interesting. If you, like I say, if you're a Star Wars nut, like I am, then it's a fabulous read. And then it goes down the lines of how things was franchised in Japan, how things were franchised over in China. They even break it down and look at the franchise and how it was done in Turkey. It's a really interesting read, and then it sort of goes down the back end of the book, goes down the lines of Anakin Skywalker. So then it looks at some concept stuff for Anakin. And yeah, it's a bit of a beast. It's heavy. And it's full of stuff. If you can grab yourself a copy of that, if you're a Star Wars head, then I would say grab a copy. It is brilliant.
Yeah, that's awesome.
You know, I mean, it's a bit of a beast. That's that one. The complete Vader.
That's nice, man.
Yeah, I like that.
I'm sure you need that Star Wars Christmas special on 4K still, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. It's I mean, if you've never seen that, if anybody in the chat has never seen that, it's up on YouTube. Do yourself a favor, go and watch it. It's that bad, it's bad. You know what I mean? It's cringy. It's fucking cringy.
It really is one of the worst things I've ever watched. Ever.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like what was going through people's minds. It's unreal how bad it is.
Yeah. I thought everybody was blowing it out of proportion, but it actually is
that bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. You've got the Wookiees on like it's supposed to be like Christmas for them, but I think it's a naming day. They call it a naming day, and the Wookiees don't look anything like the Wookiee like Chewbacca does. It's weird. It's just weird. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. The only saving grace from it is the sort of 3 or 4 minute animated episode that's in the middle of it.
Yeah,
that first introduces you to Boba Fett.
Right.
That is the saving grace for the entire thing. You know what I mean? It's but the rest of it is just sheer tripe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also as well, it's the time period where Mark Hamill had the motorbike accident and had smashed his face up. So you've got Mark Hamill on screen, but like offset, the camera angle and the shadowing, the lighting angle is really weird on him. So you can't really get his face. He's got this floppy fringe going on that's covering a part of his face. Then they're just pumping loads of dry icing on him. So you cannot make him out. And all you can tell is his voice. And his face is that badly beat up that they didn't want to use him, but they had no alternative. He was already written into the script.
Right.
So they've got him like makeup. Yeah. It's terrible. You know what I mean? It's no wonder Lucas has done. He's like trying to sweep it under the carpet for all these years. You know what I mean? Because it is just sheer tripe.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, there's nothing about it apart from the animated segment in it that's any good. You know what I mean? Which is a shame. You know what I mean? Because even the crappy stuff, like like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Which is kind of out of Courage and Battle for Endor. It's bad, but you can get some enjoyment out of it.
Right.
That there is nothing. Christmas special, there is nothing. You know what I mean? It's just poor. Johnny, you're a shout, man.
You know, I was going to bring that shit up about that 4K because we were just talking about that not too long ago. I was like, hey,
I'm surprised no one has ever released it. You know what I mean?
I'm not even like the biggest Star Wars fan, but I can tell you this, man. I've watched that movie sober and not sober, like completely not sober, and it's not enjoyable either experience. It's horrible.
I get it. You know what I mean? Star Wars is definitely a generational thing. You know what I mean? It really is. It's like me going into the final 3 films now. Them films weren't made for me. You know what I mean? I've had my Star Wars. You know what I mean? My Star Wars was 70s, early 80s, mid 80s. That's my Star Wars. The prequel stuff wasn't aimed at me. This stuff now is not aimed at me. It's aimed for a whole new generation of fan, and I get that. You know, I completely get it, and I get why people dislike Star Wars as a franchise. But for me, those middle 3 films, 4, 5, and 6, are just out of this world. They're fantastic.
Yeah.
I agree. If you can, yeah, and if you can find them, and it's not that easy to come across. Grab yourself the despecialized editions. So the only way you can see Star Wars now is in George Lucas's sort of rose-tinted glasses on the new experience and the way he wanted you to see Star Wars back in the day. So all these, the variants of Star Wars out now have had all the CGI put into them, they've had all the alterations done to them like Lucas wanted you. This was a fan project where they went back and stripped all that shit out of it and went back to the original. So they were using Laserdisc, they were using VHSs, they were using 16mm prints, they were using anything they could find, and they put this together. All 3 films are available. This is just part 4, New Hope, and check them out. This is in HD. It's 4K, but it's non-HDR. There is no HDR on it, and it looks unbelievable. It looks amazing. And these are bootlegs in theory. You know what I mean? The fan made films. But you can get them on Blu-ray, and they look amazing. So if you're a purist and you're trying to find original source material, then they're the ones you want to go for.
Nice.
I like to get
nice, man.
Yeah. I found the best place to try and pick them up at the moment, if you can come across them, because they obviously get pulled down from everywhere. eBay, you can't find them anymore. There's Etsy. Every once in a while, they will pop up on Etsy. There's a couple of guys doing the whole Star Wars stuff, so they're putting Mandalorian out on Blu-ray. They put Book of Boba out on Blu-ray because they're never going to get physical releases. That's it's never going to happen. But these guys are doing a stellar job with it, and I don't know what your take is on bootlegging kind of stuff. But for me, if it's something that I can't get on physical and someone's done a good job with it, then I'll take it all day long.
Amen.
And those Star Wars films, the originals, they look fantastic. What the fan community did with those.
All right.
All right, fellas. Well, I'll hold this one up right here. Yeah, this is definitely. I mean, I'm sure, especially fans of this, fans of any of these films, definitely has this book right here. This is a great read. As far as like pictures in it, yeah, there's some pictures in it, but you know, you're all black and white photos. So I'm sure this book has been re-released and it's got better treatment from the last time I kind of read up on it. But yeah, it's not to take anything from it though, that's for sure. But that is the Evil Dead companion right there. It is pretty nice. It's got the Necronomicon face on the front of it. I did see one of the other editions, and it actually had like the raised face on it. Unfortunately, it has a little bit of raised on it, but not like the other issue that I saw of it. Pretty good thick book. This right here definitely goes into detail, especially with the friendship of Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell. Man, the stories that those guys tell in this book right here that they published, I mean, they were purposely borrowing money from family members, and they had no intention to pay it back because they knew they couldn't. They were doing everything they could to set up that day's shot and get the week done, go back home, run out of money. They'd go back home and be like, "Hey, Dad, you're going through a divorce. Won't you sell this other property you got? Maybe you can help fund my movie." And without Bruce Campbell's dad going through a divorce, this movie would have never got made, like hands down. Like he borrowed so much money from his dad, like it's just unbelievable. But and he hit his dad at like the most vulnerable moment. Like his dad was going through like a horrible, wretched divorce too. So, but yeah, that book it details it in there pretty good. Seems like they kind of took they took Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell for the majority to get the content for this book right here, which. I mean, I would have liked to seen some of the other cast input for this book, but I would assume maybe availability or just maybe they didn't want to do it at the time for the publishing. I have no idea, but that's a fun read. And this is a very cheap book. You can grab this book for like $10, probably cheaper than that. But yeah, it's a fun one. It's put out by St. Martin's Griffin Publishing, and there's different editions of this. I'm just trying to think. If I'm not mistaken, I think they're up to their third re-release of this book.
Right.
They don't call it the expanded edition. No, I believe they call it. It's like they tongue in cheek it. Of course, it's like the Necronomicon expansion or something like that. Don't quote me on that, but it has been re-released though. But yeah, very fun book for anybody who wants to grab it pretty cheap or whatever. Dive into the Evil Dead stuff. That'll give you a lot of insight right there for sure. What went on behind the scenes financially of that film. Woo! So.
Yeah, I always found that kind of stuff interesting. I mean, I've got the original DVD release up there. I mean, I'll show you it also.
See if we can get that up.
Oh,
nice.
No, it's starting to go a little bit. Obviously, this is foam silica, and it's just starting to dry out on the spine a little bit now. The rest of it's okay, but the spine's going really tight.
Yeah.
But whole Book of the Dead thing.
Mm-hmm.
I've got pages from it in there.
That's sweet.
And then at the back, you get a book, and then obviously the film's there. It's the Full Uncut Special Edition.
To Michael Felcher. I was listening to Michael Felcher do an interview. He was on somebody's podcast, and Michael Felcher was the guy who was working at Anchor Bay when they were putting all this stuff together for that release. Yeah. And he said it slid across the table first. They rejected it because they didn't like the packaging on the first initial run. So they sent it back. They come up with a better material to use as a replica of the Necronomicon casing. And he said he slid across the desk, and everybody was like, "Wow, that looks great!" Hey, pass, put it out, green light. He gets the green light, put it out. Mass produce it, do what you got to do, blah blah blah. And then they kind of sat back and they thought, and they were like, "Wait a minute, the material it's made out of, that's probably not going to last long. But people are not going to hold on to this stuff long anyway. It's just physical media."
Yeah.
There you go.
I've had that since day one. I stupidly, I got rid of the original slip that it was in. And it's just drying out now because it's foam silica. It's just drying out, but it's the spine more than anything. This spine that's going on it, but the rest of it's still okay. The rest of it's still in good condition.
It only looks like it's got mild discoloration on it compared to the other ones I've seen. The other ones I've seen looks like it's got like it's been submerged in a fish tank for way too long.
Yeah, it's just going there. It's going there as well, but considering how long I've had this thing, you know what I mean? I've probably got longer out of it than I should because I've had it from day one. It is a nice release. I do like it.
That was a different time, even for when that came out. For all we know, there's probably asbestos in the middle of that shit.
Yeah. Christian's movies and games. Vader was the only good thing about Star Wars movies. Sorry to say, but I've not watched them in movies in over 30 years. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I can take more than just Vader out the original 3 films. I think the original 3 films are very good. Zod, I'm the same with Star Trek films. I only like the Shatner ones because I grew up with them. I don't like the later ones. Yeah, I'm hit and miss with Star Trek stuff. I can watch it, but I'm not the biggest fan. Right, Derek, what have you got, mate?
All right, so novelizations. So this was probably my first novelization I ever got. I don't know if it was this way in the UK, but Johnny, do you remember we used to get in school, I think it was like the Scholastic Book Club or something like that. Your teachers would give you
book fairs.
these
Hell
papers,
yeah.
you would fill them out.
We had the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah, and then they would mail them to you, and you got to take them home. And this is the novelization of Hook for little kids. And yeah, it's weird because it says now a major motion picture when Hook was written for the screen. So it's not like it should say now a book.
Yeah.
It's not. It didn't start out as a book, but yeah, novel for young readers. And I remember Pizza Hut. We had this thing called Book It also, and if you read enough books as a little kid, enough pages, you would get like a free pizza at Pizza Hut, at this restaurant that we had. And I always remembered, because it was a unique number, that this book had 111 pages. And so this book was in storage for years and years. And then when I got married, my dad was like, take all this stuff. So I grabbed it and I pulled it out of the box and I was like, oh my goodness. And I turned to my wife and I said, I remember how many pages this has. And I probably haven't looked at this since I was in 3rd grade. This has 111 pages. Watch. And then you open it up and there it is, 111 pages. And I don't know. It's just funny that this went on to, become my favorite movie. But what I remember most about this book that I grew up with is that it has 111 pages. I probably didn't even actually read it, even though I love the book. I was, lying on those things, just trying to get free pizza. But yeah. So I think this is my very first novelization that I ever bought, that I remember anyway. I was probably in 1st or 2nd grade, young kid.
Yeah, I mean, school book club thing was still huge in the UK. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's especially when I was in primary school.
There, for sure.
Had some other ones too that I remember getting. These are like smaller, like even for younger kids. I got those, and these are picture books with some fun, illustrations there.
Cool.
But yeah, always loved Hook since the first time I remember being aware of Hook was when I was in line to see Ernest Scared Stupid. Do you have the Ernest movies over there? You know those?
Yeah.
So yeah, I was in line for Ernest Scared Stupid, and that's when I first saw a Hook poster and was like, oh, okay, I'll have to check that out. And then the rest is history.
There you go. Ernest Scared Stupid. Man, come on. That's fire right there. I love that you brought up the Pizza Hut promotions, like especially for the school stuff. Because we did the same thing too. Like if you read enough and you had to mark them down, though. If you didn't keep up with it, you didn't get your free pizza and shit. But remember, Pizza Hut used to be so much geared towards kids back in the day. I remember, like, if you went to Pizza Hut and if your family bought like the family bundle, which was like 2 or 3 pies, a 2-liter breadsticks, one of the very first VHSs, because Pizza Hut actually sold in promotional caps for their pizza VHS copies of movies, and I got Back to the Future 3 on VHS. And that was like one of the maybe the 3 or 4 VHSs I first ever owned was Back to the Future 3.
Yeah, cool. Didn't they also have Land Before Time and Fievel, or what's the Fievel called? American Tail.
Fievel Goes West. Yeah.
Right.
American Tail.
So
yep. There you go.
They must have had a partnership with, that would have been Universal, right? Or Steven Spielberg produced all of those movies.
Yeah. I would say so. But those are monumental films though too at the time. So who knows? That was probably like this mass production thing where Pizza Hut was like, hey, we'll buy so much of a stock and we'll try this promotion to see if we can sell some more pies, and fuck it. I'm sure it worked because I mean, come on, every kid was like, "Give me my Back to the Future VHS."
Yeah. All right, that was like back when, like Pizza Hut was like a restaurant, like a sit-down restaurant, but now it's kind of like it has a more fast food vibe, but it used to be like a pizza tavern back in the day.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like I said,
It's not geared towards
pizza,
kids anymore. Like if you really look at their setup, it's not really geared towards children. That atmosphere. Now they're trying to promote, like, what was it, like a couple years ago, 50-cent wings, and they serve beer. I was like, whoa! Like, wait a second, this is like always like a kids restaurant. It's what it is.
Yeah, I've got a Pizza Hut just up the road from me here, within walking distance, and yeah, it's more geared up now. The one that we've got here looks more like an Italian restaurant from the 80s, not a pizza place. It's got a really weird vibe about it.
Yeah.
And I don't really remember Pizza Hut as a kid. Obviously we had them in the UK, but there was like quite sporadically spread about. There wasn't that many of them. But the one that I've got in town here, it's got this old school vibe about it, but it's not that old. But it looks like this really sort of like, it's got this like Italian restaurant vibe about it. I don't know what's going on there, but it's a sit down restaurant. It's not fast food style. But it's weird, but it's fastened onto my local cinema. So Pizza Hut's the cinema's at the side of it.
Yeah.
So it does well just out of that aspect, I think.
Right.
They purposely try to give it the feeling that the mafia runs it.
Yeah. You go in to play music from The Godfather. You know what I mean? It's my next one is a massive family favorite in this household. It is my wife's favorite film. My daughter has a huge tattoo of this guy, and it is only getting bigger. She's having more and more added to it all the time, and the guy that's doing it is the same tattoo artist who does my tattoos. Dean, the lad is brilliant. I've always liked this film as well as, but my wife and my daughter, it's their standout film, and it is Labyrinth.
Oh, yeah.
And that is the ultimate visual history of Labyrinth, by Jim Henson. This again, like the Darth Vader one, it's like a compendium of pre-production sort of work. So again, you've got in here sort of like copies of notes that were sent around the studio. It shows you early development costumes, shows you early development artwork. I mean, the whole Henson company for me is a big deal. It's huge. Everything that the Henson company put out, from the Muppets to this to Dark Crystal, is just right up my alley. I love it all.
He had a strong relationship with the UK too, right?
Is that sorry?
Didn't he have a strong relationship with the UK?
Yeah, well, the Muppets TV series, when that came in 77, 78, well, he tried it in 76 in the US and it didn't happen. No one would give him any funding. And then he came to ITV in the UK and he pitched the idea, and they said, okay, do something with it. He came back, showed them a show, which was the Muppet Show. And they said, yeah, we'll buy that from you. So his whole thing was based in the UK at one point.
Right.
And so for 5 seasons of the Muppet Show was on ITV in the UK. So from the late 70s, coming to about 73, I think it was 73, 74. And then obviously it got picked up by it went to syndication after that, went back to the US. And then I think the US had realised, some of the companies out there realised what they turned the nose up at, and then just started throwing money at it and brought it back to the US. But for a good number of years, he was set up in the UK. But even just like production drawings like that, which are just little scribbles. Like I said, we love everything about it. My daughter has a huge Goblin King tattoo on her arm. And it's fucking amazing, the piece of artwork that the lad's done on it. But he's adding goblins to it all the time. So he's done the initial work, but then he's adding more and more around it. But this, as far as like a visual compendium goes, it's great. And it's a strange film. If you go back and watch it, you could sort of understand why this was not popular when it came to cinema. I mean, it absolutely flopped when it came to the big screen. It really struggled. I mean, I don't think it even made its money back. And then obviously it was a good 6 to 12 months before it came to home video, and then that's where it sort of found its home. And then the money just started piling in once it come to VHS. David Bowie had loads and loads and loads of say on what went on with this, to the way that his character looked, to the way that his character portrayed, to the songs he wrote, everything. He scored it all. So it's a big deal in our house. And if you have a look on my Instagram, I've recently just picked some artwork off another YouTuber who's just done some Labyrinth artwork. I've just bought some off him, and we have in our living room. Now, our living room is there is no movie related things in our living room. There's no nothing, but we have one corner that's for everything Labyrinth. So we've got artwork. We've got a friend of mine, David Kennedy. He's a comic book artist. He did some Labyrinth stuff. We've got some of his work there. We've got crocheted items of worms and all kinds of things just in one corner of the living room. So it's a Labyrinth household, really, and it's the standout film in this house. Everyone loves it, and that's a good book. You know what I mean? I do also own the book that you see her reading from at the beginning of the film, which is the book about the Goblin King. I do own that book as well, and that's a book of 51 sonnets. And basically, it's the film broke down in 51 poems, which is quite cool, and it looks like the book from the film. I didn't bring that one up with me though. So that's Labyrinth, and like I say, it's a huge deal in Aries.
Nice.
Since you held that up, I was going to ask you, Anthony, have you seen these editions right here?
Yes, they hold on a minute. Let me zoom in on that one of yours. Keep them there. Are they the Steelbook editions?
No, they're
They're in
the
Digibooks. I've not seen them. The one of Labyrinth, there is currently a UK Steelbook that's got that artwork on the front of it that's really hard to get hold of. And then there's also a Black Xavier exclusive that's just got David Bowie on the front of it, but it's done in like a pop art style. That's really smart. The Dark Crystal one, Dark Crystal for me is the better film. I love Dark Crystal. I love the TV series that Netflix did of it as well. It was phenomenal. Currently, both of those on 4K are on special offer in the UK at £10 each.
Oh, they're already on 4K. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Okay.
It's. I would imagine with them being studio releases, I would imagine that you've probably got them over there as well, mate. But currently, it's 3 for £30 in HMV, and both of those 4Ks are available.
Nice. I guess just probably haven't paid attention in a while, man. These came out though. It doesn't seem like these were like maybe 5-6 years old at this point. It wasn't that long ago. Because one came after the other. It seemed like you saw one at Best Buy on the shelf when it first came out, then immediately the next one came out. So I scooped those up. Those on the site, man. Those are two fucking favorites of mine right there for sure, man. As a kid,
the Labyrinth one that we've got is that the. I thought it was the 35th anniversary edition. It's not. It's just the standard studio release Blu-ray that we've got of that one.
Okay.
It might be Dark Crystal. It's the. I think it's the Dark Crystal special edition that I've got of that one. But we love everything Henson related in this house. Hence, if you go back down to my channel, have a look through. I did a full live stream about the Muppets, and I sat and talked about the Muppets for about 2.5 hours. Yep. And went through everything that I own Muppets related. I've got albums. I've got all kinds of stuff. I've got vinyl. All kinds of crazy stuff Muppet related. So that was Labyrinth. What have you got, John?
I'm gonna hold these up together, man, because I literally just got them when I started fired up the 21 questions series. My first guest that I brought on was Tim Talks Talkies, and he recommended both of these books. And my wife heard it in the next room, and she was like, "I want to order those for you." So she was kind enough to order these. Now I haven't read completely through both of them. I have read maybe about halfway through each one of them because I'm crazy. I can't start one and read it to the end. I have to kind of jump back and forth between books. Actively right now, I got like 8 books on my desk that I'm actively reading. So I never just start one book and run all the way through it. I just can't do that. It's just too simple. But it's both of these right here I just acquired. That's Held to the Chins and If Chins Could Kill. Confessions of a B-Movie Actor. Bruce Campbell books right here. Really good put together books, man. I know Tim was asking me. He's like, dude, as soon as you get done reading those books, man, you gotta let me know what you think of them. And I can tell you right now, I've got through halfway, a little less than halfway for this one right here, but I've got a little bit more than half in this one. And I can tell you from everything I've read in these books, man, they're definitely really cool, man. Of course, Bruce Campbell, I would say for the Confessions of a B-Movie Actor, I would say this is a little bit better than that one just because I like his sarcasm. Like the way this book is written, you can totally see Bruce Campbell's sarcasm come through very vividly. And come on, man, Bruce Campbell can be an ass at some points, man. But that's part of his shtick. That's his personality. That's his alter ego, kind of say. But yeah, both really good books. Though. Both really good books so far. Can't wait to fucking finish them. It'll just take me a little bit of time. It's like 2 of 7 I'm reading right now. So.
Zod, I'll throw you in the book of eternal stench.
Yeah.
Right, Derek, what have you got, mate?
All right, so I guess I'll show this one. It gave a little sneak peek earlier, but this is Roger Ebert's Life Itself, his memoir. I've watched the documentary. I haven't read this. I've picked out little areas, but I have not watched it or read it. Watched is the go-to word. I have not read it from cover to cover yet, but my wife and I, when we were dating, or I guess we would have been engaged at this point, Roger had passed by this point, but we met his wife and we got her to sign it right there. And she just said, to Elizabeth and Derek, joy, joy, joy at the art theater. We got married in a movie theater, my wife and I. It was my dream wedding.
Nice.
She wanted something just small,
nice.
like in the back. I was like, no, my whole life I've wanted to get married in a movie theater. So we are doing that. We're getting married in a movie theater. And so I got my dream wedding. So
that was cool.
And she was congratulating us basically with her, signing the book. But yeah, I haven't read it yet. I've seen the documentary, but from cover to cover, I have yet to do that. But again, Roger Ebert is from where I'm from, so he's kind of a big deal here. He's like our main celebrity here. He started our film festival here that we have, and I don't know, we kind of owe him a lot, I guess. So we like him a lot here, even though I don't match with or align with him very often. Like Hook, I think technically he gave it 2.5 stars. I think technically that's a thumbs down. So to me, that's my favorite movie, but he didn't like it. And I've read his review so many times trying to figure out why he doesn't like it. And it just does not compute for me. What everything you say is good. He talks about the sets not being good in that movie. And it's no, those sets are purposefully looking like they are for a play because Peter Pan, they play. It's so obvious. Why can't you figure this out? I've never understood why he doesn't like it. And I've read that review so many times. It does not compute to me. Anything that he's saying, I do not get why that is a negative review. But still,
Derek,
Roger.
I'm sorry. Derek has definitely lost some fucking sleep over that review right there. You could tell it too. He's just like, this shit ain't cute. I'm not having it.
Right? Yeah. Somehow I still like the guy. But yeah, he's just like a hometown hero here. So.
I got you. Did you whenever his wife signed the book, did you walk up to his wife and be like, "Hey, why the hell did your husband dislike Hook? Yeah, I need your autograph though. Go ahead."
I should have.
I have only 2 left, and the 2 that I've got left are books. One of them has real meaning to me, and we'll go into that in a little bit. But the one before that is a film franchise I love. I've got a big fucking tattoo on my arm of it. I've got posters on the wall, and then these Ghostbusters the art book.
Oh, I love that.
This is a serious piece. So I get close to those. This was put together by Titan Books and Ghost Corp, and they brought a load of artists on board, sort of give them a brief parameter of what kind of art they wanted them to do, and then just let them run wild. And what you end up with is some fucking unreal artwork.
Wow.
This is brilliant. I mean, some of the stuff for my tattoo has come out of this book. It is just little things like that one.
Oh yeah.
It's just the New York on the Twinkie. But then you sort of start looking at some of the sort of serious side of the artwork in this, and it is just unbelievable how good some of this artwork is.
Damn.
That's great.
It's a beautiful piece, and it's sort of broke up into little sections. There's a section all about Slimer, there's a section all about Marshmallow Man, but then there's like an alternative section where the artists were given free reign in this. And if you look at like that version of Egon and that version of Ray,
yep,
that's great.
You know what I mean? It's just some phenomenal work. You found some pieces like that.
Is that the Librarian?
With Librarian, yeah. And there's another one of the Librarian there. Get that shine off it.
Damn, that looks nice.
Yeah, it's really good. It's still available as far as I'm aware. Titan Books do a really good job with everything they do. All their books are stitched bound; they're not glued. So you get a really good feel. So because you can open this wide because it's stitched and not glued down the middle, the pages open brilliantly. But some of the artwork in here is sort of second to none. I mean, there's some real class pieces. It doesn't really do it justice. Me just holding it up in front of the camera, but there's stuff like that. I mean, some of the art is just unreal in it.
What does that book run price wise?
I think it's £35, so about $40, $42 for you.
Okay.
You could probably get it. You could probably get it for less than that now. It's been out a couple of years, I think. This one now.
Yeah.
Again, that one there.
Oh, that's great.
It is really good. And every time I look at it, every time I thumb through it, you find something a little bit different. It's good that these artists will have free reign because you get styles like that, which is great. And if you look at Marshmallow Man coming at the back,
I think there's a comic book run that used that style.
Yes, there is. Yeah.
Okay.
But then to sort of get that one's. I mean, that is brilliant.
Oh yes. That is a great book.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. It tells you a little bit about the artist on each piece, and then it is brilliant. I mean, every time you thumb through it, you will find something a little bit different. But again, there was a lot of influence in my tattoo, or what's still happening with my tattoo, that's coming out of this book, because there's some seriously good piece of art in it. I mean, that Goza, you know what I mean? It's just great.
You can see that each one of those pages are glossed too.
Yeah,
so they got like a really nice shine on them.
It's a really quality book. Titan books do a great job on everything. I've not been disappointed with any of their books. And they do a lot of artwork books like this where they bring some artists on board, and they just let them run wild, basically. Sort of, you look at the final poster bits, like comic book style, like that one.
Yeah, that looks nice. Man.
You know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
The bit that always makes me chuckle is the cards that the Venkman uses, but it's got all their faces in each card.
Nice.
Which is cool. But that's Titan Books. They do a phenomenal job. Big hardback, absolute beast, some serious weight in them. So that was the artwork of the Ghostbusters.
Nice book, man.
Yeah, it's a great one. It's a great one. Have you got anything left, Johnny?
Yeah. You said you had 2 books left, so you got one more left then, right?
One more left, I've got, yeah.
Yeah, me and you, like, when we put together our piles, I think we just, like, synced it up somehow, like, perfectly. So, I'll go with it. I got after this one, I got 2 more, but I'm going to hold them up together because they go together.
Yeah.
So, but this one right here by itself, huge fan of this series right here. You can see multiple sets of this series right behind me. You can even see, well, it's a little bit up there, but right there, you will see none other than the Phantasm Spear. So I'll tell you, it's another companion book, just like the Evil Dead, but I assure you, this thing right here is, oh, man, it's pure goodness, man. Angus Scrimm, get a little bit more detail of where he came from. They do break down the film for the most part and kind of not lean towards the personal lives of some of the actors. But Angus Scrimm, of course, being the tall man, they do break down his stuff a little bit better in this one. I would love to see them do like a complete book, like covering the entire series. But, you know, who knows if that'll ever happen. If I'm sure Don Coscarelli could definitely make that happen if he wanted to. And it would definitely sell like hotcakes to the horror genre. That's for sure. To the horror genre fans. But yeah, good book right here, man. This one right here actually does have color photos in it instead of like, you know, they're not like glossy photos or nothing, but the photos are in color. Not like the Evil Dead companion book where everything's black and white. I wish they would have got a little bit of a better angle on that picture right there, but that's Reggie, of course. Right there. Like I said, it's a fun little read. It's not real thick. I think was this about maybe 150 pages. Yeah, about 150 pages. But you do get a lot of quotes in between the pages too, from Don Coscarelli. Let me see here. There you go. There's some good artwork right there. There we go.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, man, I love the hell out of Phantasm. And like I said, man, this is a real easy read. What's kind of funny is Don Coscarelli all throughout the book, like he puts these little notes in between paragraphs and different pages. And he'll actually include some of the quotes from the actual actors and everything else from it. Very cheap book too. You can probably grab this thing, man, probably for, I don't know, maybe like $10 or something like that. There's an iconic scene right there for you from Phantasm 1.
Yeah.
Where Reggie opens up the ice cream truck and the dry ice kind of thing. You know, the mist comes out of it and everything. And there's Angus Scrimm standing back there. But yeah, I want to say, who is this? Rue Morgue, Rue Morgue is a very successful magazine still. Still very independent, if I'm not mistaken, and they're still around. But yeah, that was Rue Morgue that had put this one out right here. I don't think the Evil Dead though. The Evil Dead companion wasn't Rue Morgue, but yeah, you can't beat it though. These things are really cheap, and you definitely get what you pay for. That's for sure. I just wish there was a complete book to break down the entire series of Phantasm, even covering Ravager. So that movie gets shit on so badly, and it's just like, hey man, that's one of the last films Angus Scrimm got to do before he got sick. I mean, he was on his deathbed when Don Coscarelli brought him an unfinished, like pressed on disc movie of Ravager over to his house to watch it because they knew he wasn't going to make it. So there you go.
Cool.
Nice.
I should have picked it up this time. It was the whole box set was half price in the Arrow sale this time. And I'm only really aware of the first and the second film. I've definitely never watched any of the others. Because I don't blind buy, I was sat on the fence with the other. Is it 5 films in that set altogether?
5 films.
Yeah, and like I say, I knew 1 and 2. I enjoyed 2. And I never pulled the trigger on it. And I think the whole set was only like £30 this time, or £28 this time in the sale.
Gotcha. I showed you this one right here. This is of course, Arrow put out the big limited set that you can probably see right there. That's their big limited edition set. Then they got the condensed version you were looking at for the sale.
Yeah.
Go put out one, which I have that one. Dude, I'm telling you, I got like 5 or 6 fucking sets of this series right here. But there's the one Wellgo originally put out that went out of print so fast and went for stupid money.
Yeah.
And then they actually found the gore footage for Phantasm 2, which has never been reinserted at any release until we got to this one right here. And this is the one that came in that big box right here. Right. With the big spear on the front of it and all that. Yeah. Pop bought this and he was he was not happy with it because for some reason when they put his book together, it fell apart when he opened it up. Right. I just think it was a problem with like the mass production, but there's little rivets in there that holds the whole book in place.
Yeah.
But look at that. Look at the gloss work on that too, man. That's
love
cool. It. But yeah, man, you can get those. I think this one right here was like $60 on deep discount. They were running like this sale on it. And man, I jumped on that without hesitation. I'm sorry, I missed one right there. So there's the first Phantasm right there. And if I don't skip it, there we go. Phantasm 2, which this is the first release of Phantasm 2 with the gore scenes actually reinserted. It's not very extensive by far, but it is something. Phantasm 3, of course, which I know you haven't seen Phantasm 3, but I assure you, man, dude, that's nothing to sleep on, especially being a huge Phantasm fan. 4, I like a little bit better than 3 if I had to take my pick. And Ravager, it's full of CGI. It's very low budget. But Don Coscarelli was there to oversee the director who did direct the film. Of course, you got your bonus disc right there and a very young Don Coscarelli right there on that. So, yeah, man, that's definitely a franchise right there. I think I own about 5 or 6 different sets of, man, and they can spit out another one, man, and I'll buy it. They put this one out right here. I bought this one up too. So, yeah, man, that comes to Phantasm, man. That's where my heart's at, man.
Cool. It's like I say, I shouldn't have sat on that set. I should have just bought it and I'd done with it really, because for some reason, unlike House, that's available in a box set and available with 4 standalones. For some reason, Arrow's never put out the standalones. It's only available in the box set for Phantasm.
Oh yeah, I was about to say the House one. Yeah, they are individually, but the Phantasm ones, those are individual.
For some reason,
which I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind having that condensed set, man. It's like the only set I don't own. I might as well buy that too, right? But man, the replica spear too, man. I mean, come on, dude. Well, come on. Dude, that is great.
Yeah,
I buy shit like that all day long. Sorry, there. I wouldn't go hold it down.
Yeah.
But
cool.
there is one of these inside the Arrow video, the white box right there. There is one of these on top that you put together. And I will say that this one is I hate to say it, but this one is a little bit more better made, I would say. It's a little bit bigger.
Yeah.
So it feels like you get a little bit more bang for your buck. And this, like I said, I'm holding that bitch in my hand. I mean, that bitch is big. So the other one kind of looks like a Christmas ornament. So compared to this one. So yeah, man. I'm a sucker for that stuff, man. Sucker.
Cool.
But knowing your taste, man, you'll dig 3 and 4. You definitely will, man. I've known you long enough to know that you like that fucking crazy 80s kind of feel, like it's just out there. 3 and 4 will definitely take you there. That's like cool. 3 is like a really bad fever dream, but it's good. Right. And 4 has just got that that kind of charm to it where it's like, it's not so bad it's good. It's pretty good, but it gets better as you keep watching.
Right. Yeah, it's like I said, I should have pulled the trigger on that set, but I didn't end up doing it.
There you go.
Oh, it'll come back round next Arrow sale. It'll be on sale again. You know what I mean?
It's not limited,
no,
man.
they just keep churning it out. Derek, have you got anything left?
Yes. So, you both have one more left.
I've got one more left. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll just do, like rapid fire some. And
Yeah. Go for
final
it.
one. Okay, so rapid fire. I guess I wanted to show this. This is called The Power of Movies. This was a book that I read a lot when I was in grad school. A lot of my painting that I do is movie based, and this sort of talks about. I guess if I condense it down, basically just the history of cinema, starting with sitting around the campfire and telling stories, and how we would all stare at the campfire while we're hearing a story being told back in caveman times and up whenever, and we still do that today, up to sitting together as a family in our living rooms or as a community in a movie theater, staring at a light on a screen as we are hearing stories. So just the line from campfire to cinema. Also wanted to throw this one in really quick. This is the novelization of Fight the Future, X-Files. Just want to put this in because X-Files is a huge thing between me and my wife. My wife was a mega fan. I was somebody not too knowledgeable about it, but the way we started dating was she invited me over to start watching the X-Files from the beginning to the end and the movies. So, anything X-Files interests me because that's how I found my wife, basically.
Brilliant.
And then another rapid fire. So this DVD and video guide, obviously they don't make these anymore. They were supposed to help you, like you go to a video store, you see a movie, you don't know much about it, you read the synopsis, then you pull this out of your pocket, this giant. You look up the movie to see just kind of like a general rating of it, kind of gives you the pros and cons of the film, and then a general star rating. If they thought it was so bad, they don't give it a star, they give it a turkey.
Right.
Yeah, I think this was the very last one that they put out, was 2005, and I had a few editions of it. And again, I think this was the very last one. So movies like, I don't know what I got, Seabiscuit on here, Finding Nemo, Lord of the Rings, and Pirates of the Caribbean are listed. 2005 movies. They don't make this anymore, but it was fun. I grew up with one, and then, up until this version, then I stopped. But this was like, not to give too much information away, a lot of bathroom reading right here.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I have never come across one of those before. I've never seen that kind of thing. That's great.
Yeah, it's just like a renter's guide, to help you out on what to rent when you're at the video store. So defunct now.
My light's from a nightmare behind me. Like there was a disco going on behind me then. I don't know what was going on. They've not been turned on for over an hour.
So yeah, I got one more now. One more after that.
Yeah, well, I'll do my last one. Johnny will do his last one, then you do your last one, and then we'll go from there with it. The last one for me, also significance. A very, very good friend of mine called David Kennedy, aka Cherry Sheriff. I tried to get him onto this stream tonight because he's into this kind of thing as well, but he had other things planned that it wasn't viable for him. So I'll get him on again at some other point. The dude is the nicest man you will ever meet, and he is an artist, and he is a graphic novel artist and a comic book artist. And David has the brilliant job and the brilliant pleasure of working for John Carpenter. And he is the lead illustrator for John Carpenter's series of graphic novels called Tales of Science Fiction. Vortex and Vortex 2.0 are all Dave and his brother. His brother does the color work for it. Dave is the lead artist. I sent Johnny the link to a Comic-Con that Dave did from during COVID in 2020, where Dave sat on a panel with Storm King Comics, which is Sandy King's company. And about an hour and 20 minutes into the panel, John Carpenter just turns up and sits down with them and just starts chatting. And David is an absolute fountain of knowledge with this kind of stuff. And the job he's got now is probably the job of a lifetime for him. And you couldn't wish that on a nicer guy. He really is the most genuine guy you will ever meet, and an unbelievable artist, unreal talent. If you go down to some of my early videos on my channel, you'll see me going through some of his artwork that I own. A recent movie room tour that I did of this room, you'll have seen some of his artwork on that. Yeah. The Transformers artwork that he did, One Shall Stand, One Shall Fall, that was his work. But also David had two pieces that was put into this particular book, and this is it's a Titans book, and it is Aliens, an art book.
Oh wow!
And Dave has two pieces in this book as well as, and his artwork style is out of this world. I should have bookmarked these before. I knew I was going to show this one and talk a little bit about Dave. And it's like I say, I really wish I could have got him on tonight, but he had family things and a few other things on, so he couldn't do it. But I will get him on again at some point, and he can talk through how he met Carpenter and stuff like that. And it's a great story, and he tells it brilliantly. But again, very much like the artwork book of Ghostbusters, these artists was allowed to go free reign on this. I had to make everything clear off it. With the sort of the whole Aliens franchise. If I can find the pieces that are his, they are extremely good. But there's like that one there that says "Slave to a Monster."
Oh, nice.
That's cool. Again, it's a franchise that both myself and Dave love. We both love the Aliens franchise. And then obviously he submitted some artwork to this. And then when they asked, could they use two pieces of his art in this book? Then he you know what I mean, all day long, take what you want, you know what I mean? It's if I can find his pieces, like I said, I should have bookmarked them really. One of the pieces in here is of Ripley in the Loader. If I can find that one. But again, the sheer quality of art in this book is brilliant. And if you ever come across any of the Titans books that are art books to a certain film, check them out, because they do a sterling job with them. They are fantastic. My God, why can't I find this piece now? I don't know. I can normally turn straight to it when I don't need it. See, if Dave was on with us now, he could have just told me which page it was on. Like that one. If you check that one out.
Oh, nice.
Wow, man.
That's great. Wow.
Again, like I said, there's a lot of these Titan books, but this is one of the standout pieces. I mean, that one's pretty cool. It shows you him Game Over Man and all the little
Nice.
aliens on it. It's cool.
That's tattoo worthy right there.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. If I can't find these pieces now, I will kick myself. It's
Try page 214.
yeah. Right, so that's one. That's one of the pieces he did. Is that one?
Oh, nice. Does he work with digital, or is this actual paint? Or?
He initially sketches it up freehand with a pencil or pen, and then loads it into his Mac, and then he has a whole digital system that he uses to sort of paste over the top of. So he draws over the top of. If you want to check him out, go to Instagram. Check out Cherry Sheriff. I'll drop some links down below. I'll send you men some links. You can check out his work. Yeah. Most of his work's available for sale. He does a lot of conventions and things like that. So you can buy prints of his stuff. And I mean, I have, out of all the stuff I've got 5 originals. So I own the originals that he's took the prints off. He's very much like-minded like I am. He's big into his 80s sci-fi, and he's definitely his 80s cartoons like I am. Yeah, nice. He did a lot of that kind of stuff. I mean, that's a cool piece.
Oh yeah.
I mean, those are beautiful.
Yeah, it's the Ripley one in the Lauder that I'm looking for, and I can't find it. But I think he was the only artist in this book that had 2 pieces that were submitted. And I cannot find. There it is. It's actually got his name and a little write-up on him. So there we go. So there's David Kennedy. That's about the pieces that he submitted. And then that's the piece he did of Ripley in the Lauder.
That's cool.
They also did a couple of years back. They did a pilot for a TV show called Shotters, which was like a 1950s sci-fi, but it was like futuristic 1950s looking. And Dave did some elements for an android in that particular thing. And Sean Pertwee was the main protagonist. And it only ever got as far as a pilot episode, and it never actually got put into production. But the pilot episode can be found on YouTube. Again, I'll give you a link to that, and you can see Dave's artwork all over it. Some of the stuff he did that was phenomenal. You'll recognise a few of the actors in it as well as. But Sean Pertwee was the main actor that come forward that said he liked the style and what they was doing. Dave works with another guy called Mike Sizemore, who's a writer. He wrote some stuff for Pixar, a few other companies, but they're solely working with John Carpenter at the moment. He's writing all the storyboards for the stuff that they're doing with Carpenter. So they do Tales of Halloween and then Tales of Science Fiction as well. Again, graphic novels. If you can find them out in the wild, pick them up. They're extremely good. But at some point, I will get Dave on here because the guy is brilliant. He's been doing a hell of a lot of podcasts at the moment. A lot of people seem to want him on their shows because he's a really down-to-earth guy, really knowledgeable, likes to laugh and a joke. Doesn't see himself as being that good, but the fucking guy is unbelievably talented. He just thinks he's quite average. You know what I mean? It's crazy. But that out of everything, out of all the books I own, that one, because it's got his artwork in it and he's a dear friend of mine, that one is the big standout for me.
That's cool.
It's a great book. So that's me done.
Awesome,
that's all of my big hitters.
Man, those Titan books you held up, man. Those are phenomenal, man. I'm about to really look into some of that shit, man. God almighty.
Yeah.
Just that the page quality looks so much better than a lot of the shit I buy for art books. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it was Titan also put out Labyrinth as well. You can sort of see that's their logo. They're a really, really good company. The other company that's pretty good as well is a company called DK. They do some good stuff as well as. But Titan Books for me, the guys that are sort of holding all this stuff together.
Nice, man.
These collections have been excellent so far, guys. I'm getting a lot of great recommendations from you all. Cool, man. It's like I say, it was just something a little bit different. I fancied doing something a bit different. We always talk DVDs and Blu-rays and 4Ks, and we all love movies. So I thought, well, you know what I mean? We've got some good books between us. Why not talk about some books for a change? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The chat's not been as busy, but there's been plenty of people watching. So you know what I mean? It's yeah, it either worked or it didn't, and I think it's been all right.
There you go.
Go on, gentlemen. What's your last one?
All right. There's 2 books right here. This is these books only have volume 1 and number 5 because there's different genres in between. This guy named Alan Jones definitely put these books together here and had them put out. I think this was Fab Press who put them out, which is notorious here with anything they release. But that is the Fright Fest guide right there. Now this details grindhouse movies specifically in that genre, and this one right here, of course, is exploitation movies, which is 2 of my favorite genres. Because come on, man, just those 2 genres alone, you get endless amounts of bad movies that I love. So, but they're put together pretty well. I think these books usually go for about $20. Let's see, this is an exploitation book right here. They do have some pretty gnarly looking artwork in them as you go through them. I have referenced them a few different times. Let's see if I can find some good stuff right here. Here's one right here that Vinegar Syndrome has right there. That's Terror.
Yeah.
The director of that, I believe Vinegar Syndrome has like 4 of his films right now, which I think I got 1 out of the 3 of them thus far. Great write-ups in here.
Yeah, well, Thingy also put Terror out as well.
Indicator, right? Yeah, Indicator did his box set. It's the Norman J. Warren set, I think.
He did. Yeah, he did Bloody New Year and Seminoids and.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the mix of this right here. You got westerns right here. You got Nazi exploitation. You got slasher. You got a Halloween film down there. Come on, man. I mean, this book just covers everything.
Yeah.
So, but these are really fun goes to right here, man. Derek said a while ago he took his big book. That's usually like the bathroom material. Both of these books right here, I'm not ashamed to admit, both these books have been in my bathroom multiple times. Yeah, I mean, especially for an exploitation movie, they even put A Clockwork Orange in here, so they definitely did go for like the major titles, not just so much just the unknown kind of films. The write-ups though and the artwork is endless in these books. I was kind of amazed that I would flip open the book for like $20 a pop, and you can get these probably cheaper. They're probably like $15-20 in certain places. You probably get them on Amazon, probably like $15, but the amount of artwork that you get in here in the write-ups, it's really good quality artwork, and you really can't beat it for that price right there. So yeah, man, the last duo right there, I'm gonna hold up. Like I said, that's volume 1 and volume 5 right there. I do plan on completing the editions and going for 2, 3, and 4. I just bought these as a test run to see what they were all about. I didn't even think there was going to be pictures and stuff in them and artwork. I figured it'd just be all like, just read material. That'd be it. I got them, and they were a lot more than that, man. So that was money well spent right there. Very cheap.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, I'll have to look, see if I can get those. If they're kicking around on Amazon, that's something I'd genuinely like as well.
Especially when it comes to Fab Press, man, like, I do know that a lot of boutique labels go through Fab Press for, especially for printing material. So usually Fab Press is like one of those that's not hard to find. It's usually you're going to find their name thrown on something. Fab Press has been even associated with magazines. So that's basically just a printing press company is what you would call Fab Press.
Yeah. Cool. I'll see if I can put those down.
Yeah, the artwork in there, all the horror artwork.
What you got, Derek?
Owen has been great. I need to look into a lot of that stuff because that's what most of my stuff. I don't know what I'm into, but a lot of my stuff is very popular stuff. But I like a lot of that pop underground stuff.
Yeah,
I know. While we was me and Matt in the 80s went over like the video nasties and stuff. I was kind of looking down at you, and you were probably like, "What fucking 2 degenerates did I just do this show with?" You're talking about Nazi exploitation. big titty bitches, all kinds of shit. What's going on?
You're just expanding my palette. That's all. You're just expanding my palette.
There you go. There you go. Kudos, man.
We'll certainly expand your palette. Whether if it's any good or not is questionable, but you know what I mean? Your palette will be expanded.
Right. Okay. So, should I go ahead and do my last?
Yeah, man,
You'll
go for
sweat
it.
in church tomorrow.
Okay.
That's
for sure. Yeah.
So, these last three are actually artworks that I've done. So I keep saying, you know, I'm a painter myself. Some of my stuff is kind of conceptual. And I don't know if you're familiar with that term, the silver screen, being used as a synonym for like movie theaters.
Yeah.
I sort of took that term, the silver screen, and learned the history behind it. That's because it's called that because they used to put flecks of silver on the screen during the early days of movies to help reflect the image. And then they started putting, rather than silver, they started putting aluminum on the screen, but that term stuck, the silver screen. So I started thinking about movie adaptations, or sorry, books that have been adapted into movies. And they started out, you know, as a book made out of paper, but then projected light on a silver screen. So I started buying these editions of films, and then for each remake that is made, each film and each remake that is made, I dip the book into aluminum, because again, the history of aluminum flecks being on movie screens. So when the next Jurassic Park movie comes out, which is June 10th, if I recall correctly, I will dip this movie in on that day when it comes out, dip it again in aluminum. But you can see I've done that a few times here. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Brilliant.
Should be 5. How many are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There are 5 movies, so 5 dips. But I got to do one more dip for the latest movie. I've done this with 3 films. Anybody know what movie Nothing Lasts Forever is based on?
Nothing Lasts Forever. Die Hard.
Yes, look at that. Look at that image right there. Die Hard. Yeah. So every Die Hard movie that's come out, this has been dipped in silver, or not silver, but aluminum.
Cool.
And then here I have a first edition English printing of Planet of the Apes, because Planet of the Apes is a French book.
Wicked.
But I have that dipped in aluminum. You can kind of see the lines here. I wish I would have done them all like this, but look,
yeah.
That you can see all the drips there.
Nice.
That's great.
Yeah, so this is for the original Planet of the Apes films, the Tim Burton Planet of the Apes ones, and then the most recent trilogy.
Yeah. And
basically just turning these books, what started out as literature, and then dipping them into the multiplex, basically. So anytime like a franchise, it started out as one book, but then like turns into a major franchise, I've been doing that. So that's some art I've been making, more like conceptual stuff, more so than, you know, my paintings. My paintings are more poppy, like, you know, Jurassic Park. Just
dude,
more.
That's great.
Damn.
Stuff you expect.
Hold up. You just held that up like nonchalantly, like, I just did this.
Yeah.
Hold up. Go
dude,
back.
Fucking hell.
Wow. Holy shit.
I don't hold a candle to your buddy, but there's my
they're brilliant.
Dude.
They're fantastic.
Thank you. So yeah, I dabble in conceptual art too. So that's some of my conceptual art with the dipped pieces, the dipped in aluminum. So
that's cool.
Dude.
Those are my
Holy
final
shit.
books. I've ruined those books though. They cannot be read.
just drops the bombshell on us at the end. It is all these books
Really?
and that, but look what I do. You're like, fucking hell.
You see how fast he held up Jeff Goldblum? He was like, look. Whoa.
That Jeff Goldblum's brilliant. Dude, that's wicked.
Dude. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I did these
That's
a few
great.
years ago. I haven't really put any of it on my channel at all, but I'll probably start doing that hopefully this summer when I start including that too. Some of my art.
It's definitely, mate. I mean, there's definitely a place for everything, and if you talk about that, mate, people will watch those kind of videos.
Yeah,
definitely. But that's brilliant, mate. I mean, I wasn't expecting you to pull that out at the end. You know what I mean? That's a cherry on the cake. That's great.
Thank you.
So he went from like the dip books. I'm like, okay, that's pretty fucking original, man. What you got going on there? Oh, the drips look kind of crazy. He's like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm like a really good fucking artist. Just nonchalantly on us.
Yeah. Dig Films, how's it going, Dig? We all right, man? Hey guys.
Let's while we're discussing books for the stream and everything, is there anything that's is there any book that you guys definitely got your eye on at the moment where you're like, okay, that's probably going to be my next purchase kind of thing, something that you don't have right now, but you're definitely going to grab it?
Yeah, I mean, there was the End Games one, which was a definite. I mean, I need a copy of that one. I'm sure Titan Books had another one that was. Let's have a quick look. That was due out. See, I've also got as well, and I didn't really show them. It's more my wife's thing. We've got a full set of Harry Potter illustrated books, but they're A4. They're pretty cool. I'm not the biggest Harry Potter fan, but they're quite smart. But I'm sure Titan Books had one that was due. I cannot for the life of me think what it was.
I'm a little sold on that Labyrinth book you held up. I'm pretty sure like I'm gonna have to track that shit down. Not to mention too, like you got the volumes just as well. Like I held up the Fright Fest guides, the volumes of those, but you also held up those two, especially for the horror one. I was like, fuck, man, I know I'm gonna chase that down.
Yeah.
Ghostbusters book.
Yeah, I mean the Ghostbusters one is brilliant.
Yeah,
like I said, the Labyrinth one is really good. It's like I say, it's more like a visual compendium, really. But there's loads of things in, like the Vader one. There's loads of handwritten notes that Henson's done. There's sort of stage direction that he did, stage direction that Bowie did. There's a lot of stuff that Bowie did in that film that I never realised that he'd done. It's exceptionally good book, and again, it's a bit of a beast, but it is brilliant. But really, can't go wrong if you go to their website. It's not the most best set up website you'll ever come across, Titan Books, but there's a hell of a lot of stuff on there. Just going through then. They've just put one out, so it's due for coming out 6th of September. The Northman. So if any of you have seen the film The Northman,
Not yet.
I watched it when it came out. I really enjoyed it. They've got a hardback art book coming out of The Northman. They've got the Jurassic World Ultimate Visual History coming out on the 22nd of September. They've got A Nightmare Before Christmas, the original cookbook and entertainment guide, coming out on the 22nd of September, which looks pretty cool. They've got some Star Trek stuff, which I'm not that big into, and the which is quite cool. The Batmobile Owner's Manual. So if you're a Bathead, they're bringing a Batmobile Owner's Manual out. So they have got loads of stuff coming out. There's a Stranger Things one coming out, but that's a pop-up style book. They release a lot. It may have been the ET one I've seen. So there's an ET, the Ultimate Visual History. So that'll be the same as the Labyrinth one. That's due out on the 23rd of August. So that one should be quite cool.
Look,
oh man,
look.
there you go. I
I
love me some ET.
I just took these from my kids' bookshelf. I forgot
They're
I was
wicked.
to show them. But yeah, they're just like children's books based off of like 80s classics and things like that.
They're great. There's on the 9th of August, there's the official Garbage Pail Kids one coming out, book for the Garbage Pail Kids.
Oh.
So these men do all kinds. The Art of Blade Runner, that's due out on the 26th of July. What else is on there? The Boys, but I've never really got into that. I sort of started watching the first season and sort of fizzled out from it.
Folks were talking about that in that last stream I did earlier today.
The Boys.
Like there was a few people in the comment section being like, "Yeah, you got to check that shit out."
Yeah, it's a real twist on the whole superhero thing because it makes them all assholes. You know what I mean? There's supposed to be these ultra nice guys that are here to help. One of them's a serial rapist. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I think the other one's a murderer. Yeah, it's crazy. And Curl Urban is the sort of main character in it. Curl Urban's just like a general guy, just Joe Public, and he knows the truth behind all these guys. So he's trying to take the whole sort of organization down of superheroes. Again, I think Curl Urban's very good, but he just wasn't holding it all together for me. There was just too much going on. Hold on a second.
Oh, there you go, man. So he's got a couple videos posted.
Yeah. Hold on a minute. Right, okay. Dig Films. Hey, Anthony, I still can't find your channel. I don't know why, mate. Yeah. I don't know, you can't find my channel. Type in Masters of the 80s. I think some people go wrong and put Master of the 80s. I don't claim to be a master of anything. It's Masters of the 80s. Try that. It'll probably pop up. But if you're on this stream now, just click. Are you talking about my channel or is he talking about Anthony's channel?
Yeah.
Oh, Matt, sorry.
Yeah, he's probably talking about Anthony's Horror more. There you go.
Yeah.
I had a little bit of a hard time finding him too.
I think he just started, right? Because
he's only 2 videos in. Yeah. I watched his Steelbook video the other day. He's got some great Marvel and DC Steelbooks. But there you go. He's found it. He's subbed. Yeah, I'm just going to say, all you need to do, you can see him in the chat, is click on his profile picture, and that should take you over to his channel. Anthony's saying, "Dear guy, that might be easy. I posted a couple of videos." Yeah, there you go, mate. I mean, I think you no problem, Anthony. Keep doing what you're doing, mate. You know what I mean? The 2 videos you've done were really good. I enjoyed them. Some of those steelbooks. I mean, I'm not a big steelbook collector, but some of those steelbooks you had were really nice, man.
I'll definitely check them out. That's for sure, man. I didn't know he uploaded anything yet.
Yeah, he's got 2 on there. He sort of did a collections, sort of like a haul video for his first one, and then for his second video, he's gone and took all his Marvel and DC steelbooks out.
Gotcha.
And done a sort of steelbook show. He probably shows maybe 20, 25 steelbooks, all superhero ones. And there's some really nice ones amongst that lot. And again, I am not the biggest steelbook fan at all, but he's got a really nice collection. But no, I mean, it's been a steady stream all night. Again, I was a bit dubious about doing this one. Does anybody want to listen to 3 guys talk about books all night? But it's been a steady stream between sort of 8 and 14 people. I'll take that this time on a Saturday night in the UK, especially. But gentlemen,
You cracked 4 hours.
4 hours nerding it out about books. You know what I mean?
That's awesome.
So, well, gentlemen,
Absolutely.
thank you very much for popping on and talking this kind of thing with me. Derek, man, I love your channel. I like your channel from the beginning. Dude, you need to drop on these live streams more with us. People need to come across your channel more. You need more subscribers than what you've got. You know what I mean? It's the whole random rankings thing that you do is great. I mean, I took notice the other day there was another British guy on that was hyping your channel, and he'd done a ranking. It was a random rankings homage video, which I thought was quite cool.
Yeah, that's why I asked where you were from, because he's from London also, but you two sound so different. So
yeah,
different.
well, he's from down south. I'm from up north.
Okay, yeah, it's such different accents. I was
massive
from Scotland or what?
Well, exactly. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people, especially Americans, if they listen to myself or my brother talk, my brother spent a lot of time in Philadelphia, and he always got asked what part of Ireland he was from, and my brother went, "I'm not Irish, I'm English." And yeah, and they said, "Well, what's with the accent?" And he said, "Well, I'm from the northwest of England. If anything, I sound probably more like a Scotsman than you know I do an Irishman." But I'm right on the north. I'm on the northwest coast where I am. So I'm on in the northwest of England. So I've got Scotland.
Look, Derek, what
Scotland
Anthony's trying to say in like the most nicest way possible is they all sound different, just depending on how close the pub is from their house.
Do you know we've just done 4 hours of a stream, and just after 4 hours, I now get naked HD bros popping into the chat. I've done 4 hours with all that shit popping up, and now it's all started clanging in again.
Now it's the sex bots.
Sex bots popping in, yeah. So if you need to get context where I'm from, I am from in between Liverpool and Manchester. Okay. So I am miles away from London. I mean, London's down the bottom end of the country. I'm more central to the left. I've got Scotland. I've got Scotland above me. I've got Wales down to the left-hand side of me, and then if you go across the Irish Sea, then I've got Ireland to my left of me. You know what I mean? I was trying to explain to Brad the other night. Brad had done so category 3 and me. He'd done an 8.25 hour drive and only gone through 2 states. And in 8.25 hours, I could have flown to fucking Greece and back. You know what I mean? It was like, you know what I mean? It was like there's no context. The context is just everywhere. Like, what? You drove through 2 states and it took you like 8 hours.
Yeah,
I could have flown to Greece and back.
It probably would have taken me, like, to see Johnny, it'd probably be about 12 hours.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you're in New York, right?
No, Illinois.
Right.
Illinois. I'm sorry. I thought I could have swore you said New York earlier, and I was like, wait a second.
IL.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
there's the whole state thing. Like Dirk was on about it the other day. It's like 2 days to get across Texas. I mean, it's fucking. That's bigger than the UK. I can go from the top of the UK. I can go from Scotland to London in about 10 hours.
Oh yeah. Wow.
You know what I mean? That's like nearly full. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's unreal. By train, you can do London to Glasgow via train in about 5 hours. You know what I mean?
Isn't that where like they have like one of the biggest music festivals is Glasgow?
Glasgow is a big festival. We've got a few big festivals. So Glastonbury's the big festival in the UK. Glastonbury Festival's been going since the 70s.
Leeds is like one of the biggest ones, right?
Leeds is a big one. Reading's also big as well. Reading and Leeds are like a combined festival. The Isle of Wight Festival. Isle of Wight Festival's a huge festival. That's the last festival of the season in the UK. There's some big ones, but Glastonbury is the big one. And then the biggest festival near us is sort of, I think it's Warrington or Liverpool way now, which is Creamfields, which is it's Europe's largest dance festival. So for EDM and that kind of stuff. So yeah, we do like a music festival in the UK. You know what I mean? But no, it's hard to sort of get into context what the UK is like. If none of you guys have ever been to the UK, it's you know what I mean. Cities aren't that big. You know what I mean. We talk about cities, you talk about cities, and your cities would just dwarf ours. It's you know what I mean. It's unreal, really.
Yeah.
But it's with a 10-mile radius from where I live. People sound different to me. The regional accent changes so much, and it's so prominent wherever you go. Everyone just sounds, no matter where you go in the UK, everyone sounds completely different from each other.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Do you notice a difference between me and Johnny?
A little bit. In Johnny, I hear a bit more of the southern twang.
Oh yeah.
In Johnny's accent. But from my point of view, and me where Johnny lives, I expect him to sound more southern. But then if I listen to Dirk now, Dirk sounds really southern.
Oh, he's Louisiana.
Yeah,
that's them Gator
so,
boys. They don't care. They ain't gotta hide shit. They don't hide shit neither. Like me, I have to be kind of conscious of it. If I have a few drinks in me, though, shit, man, it all comes out.
Yeah,
but
I'm
no,
Midwest. I'm Midwest, so I don't know what, I guess our accent is considered non-regional. It's sort of what is taught to the news broadcasters, so that they aren't overly regional. So
yeah,
it's I mean, we have, you know, if you live in rural areas, you're going to sound more, we would call it country, but it's almost like Southern, you know, but have like a country accent, but it's kind of Southern. So yeah, just kind of depends on where, if you're in a rural area in the Midwest, you'll sound a little Southern, but it's more, I don't know, just country.
Yeah, I mean the one that I couldn't get my head around for a while was, there was another guy from the States that I do a little bit with on here from time to time, and his channel's called It Crept from the 80s. A guy called Chris Seaver. He's a low budget filmmaker, really nice guy. When it comes to the 80s stuff, dead knowledgeable, knows way more than I do, and he's from New York. So I thought, okay, New York. No. He's from Rochester, New York, which was closer to fucking Canada. And I was like, what? Which just blew my mind straight away. So I'm trying to look for it on the map. So I've got Google Maps up, and I'm looking for it. I'm going, he's fucking closer to Canada than he is to New York, when he's in the state of New York. And as an Englishman, that doesn't compute. You know what I mean? It's
right. Upstate New York is very rural, or at least the areas I've driven through anyway. Very rural. But I've been to Buffalo also, which is, you know, right on the border to Canada, and it's almost more Canadian than it is American, I guess, in some ways.
Yeah, like I said, my brother spent quite a bit of time in Philadelphia. My brother loved it in Philly, so much so that he bought, obviously we call it football over here, you call it soccer. He bought a season ticket for the Philadelphia Union, who play in the MLS, and he was flying over to Philly about 4 or 5 times a year just to watch them play football.
Oh wow!
Holy shit!
Yeah, so my brother spent a lot of time in Philly. He loved it there. You know what I mean? It's he doesn't do it as much now because he's bought a house and other things, but yeah, he spent loads of time in Philly. Got to know some really good people out there and that, and all through watching a game of football. You know what I mean? It's nuts. But right, gents, we are 3:15 my time in the morning, so I'm going to call it there after 4 hours and 12 minutes. I thought it'd be an interesting evening. This have a couple of hours, chat about some books. Yeah, 4 hours, 12 minutes, and 54 seconds, and then we're now getting sex bots again. So it's I think.
Dude, we always say that shit though. We're like, yeah, man, we'll just hop on for an hour. We'll hop on for an hour and a half. That's it, man. Probably top, maybe 2 hours. Nah, that's like fucking saying we're gonna be on for like 6 hours. Let's just plan it.
But Derek, please,
yeah,
man,
Derek, you gotta come back on with us, man. And just
come back on
have
with
some fun with us, man.
So much fun. Feel honored every the invite.
No, man, it's great.
Go,
it's
man.
like I say, it's if you ever want to drop on, mate, just let us know. If you ever fancy doing something on your channel as well, if you fancy live streaming off your channel and you don't want to do it on your own, and you want to get some people involved, reach out, mate. We're always welcome.
Yeah.
Always willing to come, just drop on. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I haven't done
Absolutely.
this on my own yet, so I still got to learn the ropes a little bit. But yeah,
I always find it better if you've got someone on with you, whether it's 2 of you, whether it's 6 of you, whether it's 10 of you. I'd live stream on my own, and you get a little bit. It gets a little bit boring sometimes on your own. I don't mind it, but when you've got somebody to bounce off and other people to talk to, I just find it a lot easier. It's a lot more relaxing. Things come naturally. But no, mate, if you've ever wanted to do anything on your channel, then just reach out, mate. I'll be more than welcome.
Sounds good.
Absolutely.
So, gentlemen, we'll go leave it there before the sex bots take over, because that chat's going fucking wild with it. It's at 15 minutes past 3 a.m. on a Sunday morning. Yeah, I could do without that. You know what I mean? It's, yay, the porn bots are here. You know what I mean? Trini, take care, man. Thank you very much for watching, mate. You've been in here all night, so
Thanks,
much
Trini.
appreciated, dude. To everybody else that's been in the chat all night, thank you very much. Much appreciated. I always like chatting with you guys. There's still 9 people in here listening to us talk nonsense. So at that point, I'm going to end this, and we'll speak to you all later. So take care, guys. See you all later. Bye-bye.